Hello guys. Make sure it's recording. Yesterday I had an issue. It didn't save my recording yesterday. I don't know why. There was some issue with, I think, the hard drive or something. Hopefully that will not happen today, but I do have to pull yesterday's VOD from Twitch and then upload that, so it'll be kind of worse quality, but it is what it is. We didn't do anything too crazy yesterday anyway. Now I have to spend the next 5 minutes pouring this drink because there's so much foam. Look at that. I don't think you guys can see that. Like, it's only half filled. Come on. Almost there. Yeah, it's better. I said the bubbles jump in my nose. Let's get this started. More dungeon work today. The usual. Yeah, sorry I had to leave early yesterday. But I got the thing done that I needed to get done. It was a little expensive, but it'll be worth it. I will make use of it. And Kotzburn was really cool and finished up some of the potion effect stuff last night, so we do have Aetherlight fully implemented and Concussive Blast partially implemented, I think. Yeah, because he still needs effects for it, as far as I know. But the basic components for it should be implemented, and it is working with the wall and our support and our pillars for the bridge the proper way. That's good news. That is very good news. Hopefully we will finish up with this puzzle room today. And we can start working on another room. Okay. Stupid Doom power-up. Yeah, I was filling it with some lighting so that we didn't have to have this working light in here. And I feel like there was one other thing I wanted to do. Oh yeah, with Concussive Blast partially implemented, there should be a data table for effect implementation. And we can change Concussive Blast to partial. So that's good. That's a good thing. Right now, if you're wondering how we're focusing on effects to implement, we wanted to focus on one effect of each type. So, you know, ones that were instant, ones that were more like damaging and useful in, you know, puzzles and stuff. So that's why Concussive Blast and Immolation were taking priority. What else? Why is... Oh yeah, so this should be fully fully finished. And things just that would have, you know, one of each particular type. So, you know, utility, health restore, you know, damaging one, so that we could actually start testing the combat out and different, like, on-death effects and whatnot. Speaking of, I will have to implement what happens when you, the player, dies. Let me put that into U-Track. Anybody is wondering... Of course, you can type !progress into our Twitch chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, it should be below the video. You can watch our progress live as we work on things. So here are things for that. Now I need to add in, for potion combat, a new card. I'm doing it on this side view, not this public view. Player on death handling. Type task, sure. Team design, assigned to me. Just create that for now. You can see that here. And what else are we working on? Oh yeah, we moved the statue puzzle over. So right now we are working on the poison pool. And I think that refactor environmental puzzles for new gas changes is actually in progress at the moment. So essentially we're focusing on potion combat, mainly being done by Cuthbert, and I am focusing on the dungeon at the moment. And then jumping back over here when I have things that I need to do. Okay, so let's get some more lights around here so that the area is lit up a bit better. I don't have any good like green liquid effect, right? I mean, I do have a water material that I guess I could recolor if necessary. I had my fingers on the wrong buttons there. I was like, what? If you do stuff like this, then I can just take out the collision, recolor it green. You know, it won't splash or move around or anything, but maybe it's better than nothing. MI Village Water. Water Lake. Kinda just looks the same. Hello, Mom. What are you doing up? It's 9 a.m. for me. It's like 3 a.m. for you then. Something around that. Go to bed. Yeah, I would have to put a real bottom in here then. 2? Okay. Well, we can worry about that later. I just want to get the lighting up so that this looks a little bit more proper. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. I kind of would just like to make this a blueprint. It's so much easier to move around. Let's do that. There is a way to do this. And I do not remember how. Shit. I've rarely ever had to do this. I swear it was up here when you have multiple static meshes selected. Yeah, you can create blueprint from selection. Why can I not do that here? Whatever. You know what? I'll just make one. Whatever. Am I leaving for Oregon again? State of green forests, I think. BP candles. I don't know why this loaded over here. It's kind of weird. Alright, let's add some meshes in here. I'll try to pull a few different variants. There are 4 variants. 2 primary groups. Okay, so we'll just use these then. Okay, let's take candle 4. Oops. There we go. It's better speed. These are not the green ones though, but I can change the element to MI candle light green, or even to a different color if we want to make a material instance for that. In fact, we could do quite a few things. If we have MI candle, we probably could change the base color, but I'd have to multiply the texture sample. Gotta be up in 6 hours. Yeah, you probably should go to bed. You're not missing anything special. We're just doing more work on the dungeon today. Won't be very big though. Probably need about 8 instances maybe in here. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe like 8 instances of the candles. Granted, if we kept it at 4, it would probably give me more leeway. I could probably randomize the rotation on construction script. That might be nice. Let me do that. For loop. We'll do a select. Watch later in the week. That sounds good. Guess I could make this more robust by just grabbing any static mesh. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Get components by class. Static mesh. For each loop. And we will do set relative rotation. Should it be relative or world? Try relative first. Random rotator with optional random roll. Generates a random rotation with optional random roll. Well, I actually don't want to generate a random rotator. We just want to generate a random yaw. In range 0 to 360. Let's see how this works. Blueprints, candles. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, it's just clipping with that that little piece. Okay, yeah, that'll work well. We will also do a variable on here. Let's do a material, candle, light, material. Why are there two materials? Kind of weird. Is this the right one? M candle light? Should be this one. It's probably a material instance, which is separate. Oh, there we go. Didn't compile. Bye-bye. Bye, Mom. Sleep well. Okay, set material. 2 candle light. Element index should be 1, because index 0 is the candle itself. Do that because I think I want to also put a candle material in here too. Let's duplicate this and we'll do candle material. Make these both instance editable. Candle light material. This one will be candle by default. Index 0. Plug her in. And we Gucci. Okay, that should mean that I am able, if I can speak properly, to switch these up, and I can change the lights, and then I can make new material instances for that. So I'm going to do that. I want to make a red one because I think it'd be kind of cool. So let's duplicate this. Candle light red. Color. See how that looks. Maybe a little bit too pink. Hey, military. During the exciting lifestyle of dungeon overlording. Pretty good. Going well. How are you doing, man? Been a while. Maybe a little bit too red. Doing boring secretary work. Well, hey, somebody's got to do it. Sometimes the most boring work is also the most important to civilized society. Okay, now the player cannot move in air, meaning that it's not going to be really likely that the player will be able to get into these alcoves. I don't know if I want all of them to be alcoves. I might delete these. And just put a flat wall in between. Okay, do that. Oh yeah, the pivot sucks on these though. That should be fine. No, the pivot sucks on these. Great. Wonderful. Sucky pivot's my favorite. Remember that when I try the next guy so they don't escape? Oh, when you train. One of my bosses introduced me to their proteges, then a week later they usually quit. It's kind of weird. Hold on a sec. Fix my streaming pool. Okay, let's try to get this situated properly. Kind of bunged up, and I centered the pivot. Probably not in the greatest of places. We should come down a little bit. Just don't look at it. Don't look. It can't hurt you. It's just a wall. Okay, let's move these down too. I kind of just want these sitting here so that the arches aren't sticking out so much. I think that'll kind of work. Although then these two need to be deleted. Here and here. These will be fine. Arches I'll push back just a little bit. Just these two though. Okay, that'll work. And then I'll put grates on these. This does look similar to a rage game somebody made. I would not be surprised considering that I got these assets for free. Meaning that they probably did too. I think it was in part of a Humble Bundle or something. Humble Bundle has tons of good Unreal assets for pretty cheap. Wonder if they have anything right now. Godot 4 mega polygon assets. So for any Godot users, that's quite nice. These are pretty cool. Here's some assets for many engines. Why do these look weird? Why do these look like AI? Maybe it's just the thumbnails look kind of sus. Some of these are nice though. I'm kind of tempted to get this just for like this this rolling ball, because I've always there's two games I've always wanted to make, and the physics seemed like kind of a bit of a nightmare to set up in Unreal. Oddly enough, a pinball game and a pachinko game, because nobody's making real quality sequels to Peggle, okay? And I just want to make a good-looking Peggle to satisfy my own pachinko needs. That's 6 days left. Maybe I'll buy it. Got some assets too, to be fair. Space Sci-Fi 3D Game Asset Pack. Still, something looks kind of sus about some of this stuff. Peggle could pretty much run. I mean, Peggle could. Peggle does have kind of silly physics, doesn't it? Heard that pack sucks. I'm kind of getting that feel to it. I'm gonna be really honest. Shrillduck, have you seen? I assume that you like ducks. Have you seen that? Somebody is just refining like some duck animation system. Let me look it up. Duck game. You never know, you might get porn sometimes on this platform. Yeah, this guy. He's done a really, really good job with the rigging on this duck. And you can tell when it like flies and stuff. It's a really good rigging. Yeah, his game's on Steam. A Waddle Life. Goose Game's changing it, dude. I love Goose Game. Goose Game is so brilliantly made. If any of you are into isopods too, there is an isopod game that I've been following for a while. With another pretty cool rigged little roly-poly bug. I like it. You know, unique games with creatures that are getting rigged and animated like this really remind me of, like, even an older game like Snake Pass, I think had a really cool snake rigging that worked so well for this puzzle platformer. Great stuff. streamer bought you placid plastic duck sim. What does that even mean? Placid plastic duck. What are you, just like a little duck in a bathtub floating around? It's on Steam. Okay, let me load up Steam. Placid plastic duck simulator. I knew it. I knew it. It's so ridiculous. It is multiplayer though, right? Online co-op. I like it. Calm game. Good game. Guy's making bank. Good for him. And if you're wondering why it's freaking out, it is randomizing the rotation of the candles on the construction script so I can get different looks. You know, I thought that 4 candles in the blueprint would be a good size for it, but maybe I'm gonna make 2, one long and one short. Essentially one to fit on this back wall and then one to fit on the sides. And I think that these fit on the sides well. Every few minutes, a new one spawns. You can name them to your chat. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think it'd be cool as a little social game where you can load into pools and swim around and like bump into people and quack, and then type, and you know, stuff you type will appear over your head. Kind of like just essentially like a visual chat room. Also, my mic is squeaky. It's better. Squeaky mic. I'm gonna make a Twitch integration game. That would be cool. I would like that too. Maybe we can make one together. Your mascot Squeaky Mike. Okay, we'll do candles long, and then I'll do candles short. I have no idea how many candles should be in long to fit here. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe like 10 to 12 or something? Probably 10. We'll try 10. hard to place them with that happening. Okay, that's 8 of them. Yeah, maybe 10. I'm do something like with ducks and rating other streamers. I think that with good Twitch integration software, you have to ask yourself not just what is good for the viewers, but also what is good for streamers. Because a lot of the games that come out for streamers to play with their chat sometimes just take too much time. Like they're more distracting than they are beneficial. Yeah, there is some clipping from those. We'll ignore that. The player can't get in here anyway. If you were clicking Twitch plugin, you can make it like a duck hunt raid selection system. Raid selection. I know somebody who's working on some Twitch stuff right now, and he's invited me to a beta for it. Oh, that kind of raid selection. Yeah, I don't raid as much as I should. The problem is I always feel obligated to chat a bit, but I never have time for it. And I'm too busy, like uploading stuff to YouTube and shutting things down, so it kind of sucks. If I was at home, I would do it because then I wouldn't have to like move or anything. But in the office, after 8 hours, I'm just tired and want to eat. Is this slightly angled? Kind of weird. Okay, a little bit this way. That'll work. And here I'm gonna put the door on the ground inside. Yeah, that'll work fine. We can place some candles in here too. Hey Kent, how you doing, man? Need a haircut? I think I need one too, but I know it's weird. I just got one, but I think I don't know. 2 weeks. I think the back of my head's gonna look pretty shit, and that's when I have my wedding, so I kind of want to look decent for that. I could get a quick touch up, so that won't be too bad. Placing some torches in here would be nice. Yeah, the natural light in this room is going to be a little bit tough. We'll see. Our Twitch game streamer is going to GDC in a couple weeks. I guess he's hoping to meet publishers, but is that likely? At GDC? Yeah, there's publishers and investors at GDC. I don't know what game he has though, and who he's gonna be pitching to. But yeah, generally GDC is a good place to meet people in the industry. I would say it's a bit more formal than some of the other events. And last time I went, it was during COVID, so that was kind of shitty, but for the most part, it's a good place. Room size, chest. How you doing, man? Heard of GDC, I assume it's upscale investors mainly. There is a lot of that, yeah. It is. I mean, you're gonna be able to meet a lot of big names at GDC usually. All the assets are from the store. Yeah, I didn't make any of the assets. But they will all be replaced by handmade things once we start production. Yeah, it's laying down enough. I think that's fine. Seems but it is the best option for prototyping 100%. If you guys remember when GTA 6 footage leaked and people were shitting on it for using GTA 5 assets, and every game developer's like, no, let's saves money. Why make new assets when you're still prototyping the game? With putting the game out with assets, I think that there is a... Okay, this is a topic we've talked about before, but I'll talk about it again. There's nothing wrong with making a game with assets, but it is a red flag, right? Because not every asset is made the same. A lot of assets are unoptimized, they don't work well together, they might have varying material problems. It is a potential issue waiting to happen. They're also a lot harder to fix because, you know, they might have different methods of creation and different standards. So I don't think there's anything wrong with making a game entirely with assets, but to me, as a player, it signals that the developer may not know what they're doing. It's one red flag of many, and many red flags equals potential issue. Kind of the best way that I can put it. Kind of weird. Oh, AI generated art in games? I wouldn't use... I would never use AI generated art in games. You can get really good quality art for not very much money. People have a tendency to overestimate how much developers in general know about what they're doing. This is true. They think, oh, you can't make a game. Like, okay, yeah, but I know how to program. That doesn't mean I know how to make art. Or I know how to make art. That doesn't mean I know how to design a game. But I think games should have some standards. I mean, using AI art for pre-production, I think, is very fine, or using it to help illustrate to, let's say, an artist what you're looking to have in the game. Sure. Damn it. Okay, I'm typing in pixels. Is this the right way? That's the wrong way. Too much. Good enough. I can do... No, we'll do it at 7. Oh, it's still poked in a bit. Let's see. Yeah, it's good enough. Seems to people doesn't know that programming isn't a black magic and not so difficult to a certain level. Depends what you're making. But I agree. What if it's an AI sim game showing you the power of AI? Here's the thing, that the easier it becomes to make games, the higher the threshold and standard for making a good game. So to me, I don't care about Grok 3 being able to generate games with AI. All it does is it reaffirms the position that I had, which was I need to make a game that is of generally higher standard than traditional 2D platformer game. Not saying anything bad about 2D platformers, but if at a certain point it becomes so easy to generate these with very little input, everybody can make them, therefore they have no value. Unless they're super unique and have, you know, like good art style, right? But that's the threshold increasing. So I don't know. I don't think that some AI game showing you the power of AI. I agree with Kent. It sounds like a Kickstarter game, but I don't know. There's not much value to that. I don't give a about running a bot farm that advertises an AI boyfriend app that actually advertises cryptocurrency. Layer after layer of hyper-realistic cringe. And all the characters look like those fake plastic dolls from porn games that you see on Steam. Kindle is overrun with AI slop. It is overrun with AI slop. Most things are overrun with AI slop. And I think the people that take a look at, you know, like AI generation of games and stuff or creative things, they're like, oh my god, it's so cool. I can generate, look at this game I made in, you know, 2 hours with Grok. Like, okay, well, now developers need to make games that are better than that. Now it becomes harder for individuals to enter the industry and to start making their first title, which sucks. And at the same time, everybody who's making games similar to that will now need to make things that are better than that. It raises the bar, and you could argue that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that it is a good or bad thing, but a lot of people who are just trying to do things the right way and make their first 2D platformer, which is not easy to make if this is your first game, right? Now they have to compete with that. Now somebody in 2 hours can make what they were making with no prior programming knowledge. And I think that's where the, you know, junior developer in this case needs to feel a bit safe that they might not have been able to produce the same results in 2 hours that somebody with Grok could, but they know how to produce those results. They know how to do it without Grok, and that makes them a lot more invaluable to any team than somebody who just makes AI slop with AI. Yes, yeah, exactly, Kit. You know, people say the same thing. They're like, oh, game designers are now not needed anymore. No, it's just now game designers have to make better games. If a game designer is worried about AI, then they're probably not a very good game designer. I'm just going to be honest. AI is a good tool, especially large language models, though, are fantastic tools for game designers. I'm not talking about like for writing, but for ideation and brainstorming, summarizing. One of my favorite things to use. We can put some loot in some of these because I think that this would be reachable by the player. That could be kind of fun. But I agree with what you're saying, Kent. Newbies, juniors get screwed once again. Yep. I think that it hurts primarily their vulnerability because I think that at the time that if you're like a junior programmer or a designer or something, and you're learning art, you already know more than the people who might be able to generate things better than you. But what you don't see that. You see, I am not making as good of work as as these AI models. And so then you have the, that internal crisis. But the reality is that, like I said, 1 week of learning design or programming is already more than most people who use these tools know. And they could never do your job. You can change assets. You can also you can contract a 3D artist to make 3D assets for you with certain licensing. You can say, okay, you're going to make assets for me, but you are going to own them, meaning that once the game is released, you can sell them on the marketplace or something. And so you might be able to get a better deal for that. Or just find some, junior who is looking just to get some initial work in. Maybe you can both make a game together and then problem solve there too, right? This still will not be enough to light this scene. There's just gonna be so much missing in the center part. Unless I make the poison pool glow green a bit. Just tempting. Could throw up some torches though. That's doable. And if we do make this into an actual pool of green water or something, then I could put some things in the pool that light up. That is also doable. We could do some cleverly placed spotlights. Maybe. Can give that a shot. Let me see here. Let's delete that. Change this to a bit lighter, maybe. You always do something like that, but then we still have this issue. Torches. Just do torches. Character model got a fab. You want to make gear for it or assets for it? Be easier for you to make the character yourself to be able to make assets for the character? Yes. It to be your level of skill. Particularly when using Unreal as game engine, any options on other, especially free ones. Well, Unreal is free, so that's really nice. It also is very beneficial from a development standpoint that it is very fast to prototype in. With blueprints, the amount of free content, it's crazy how quickly that you can prototype many game ideas in it. It's also very powerful. It has a lot of built-in tools and editors for accomplishing most of what you would want to accomplish. So I am pretty much a shill for Unreal 100%. But there are alternatives. There's no bad game engine necessarily. Depends on what you want to make. You know, you have a game like Eidolon, you know, big free MMO. People really like this game. A lot of people play it. This was made in Stencil. This engine. You know, you have, let's say, Endless Space. All of Amplitude's games, they're made in Unity. Everybody knows Unity, I don't need to look that up. You also have Godot. And, you know, this is also free and we'll make plenty of awesome games in Godot too. Just don't go on their Discord because you'll encounter bad community managers. So you can make good games with generally anything. I just choose Unreal because I've been working with Unreal since 4.0 came out, so it's what I'm most familiar with, what I'm most capable with. You know, I've used it in professional development too for 2 of the 3 games that have been released that I've worked on. So it's just what I like to use. I think I'll boost up the attenuation on these torches though if I put them in. See, that looks slightly rotated to me too. It is. By 5 degrees. Weird. Awkward. Okay. Whatever. Doesn't matter what type of look the game you want, type of game you want to make, so each use a different type of shader system, each game engine. Yeah, or 2. What if I do make the poison pool a miss? How much will I hate how that looks? Too much. Hold on, go back. You know, nuts. How you doing, man? It almost just looks unshaded now. I wonder if I could take one of the water materials. Like this. I can change the color. I don't think I can give it emissiveness, but I could just... Oh no, I can. Potentially. Let me see here. Okay, let's base MI water off of water base 1. And in water base 1, we'll take the base color and we could just make a separate, you know, instead of multiplying, I'll just plug in a vector into the emissive color. Okay, then we'll throw MI Lake Water 1 in here. Obviously that is going to have some problems right now just due to the fact that there is no proper floor here. We can get that fixed up though. Oh, oopsies. Didn't want to do that. Still gonna have some function or just decorative? It's mostly decorative, other than the fact that it will give you poison if you jump into it. That's about it. It's meant to be a deterrence. Like, hey, bozo, don't jump in the poison pool. Like, maybe the glowing green pool is not safe. Next time, consider your actions and then consider what a smart person would do. And do the thing that is not your actions. You know, the youth really like drinking artificial colors. Well, you know, back in my day, we used to snort Crystal Light packets, so I think kids are just dumb universally. Yeah, when are the new free assets coming out? They're not done yet today, right? 10 a.m. Eastern. Eastern time. Okay, so 6 hours. So about when I go offline. There are a boatload of free assets. Yes, there are. If you go to Discover, I think you have to go to... There should be like a whole free section. Yeah, free content. And then you can just browse around here. Rickslayer, how you doing, man? You try the Coke and Wine? I did try the Coke and Wine. We did it while we were playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It was okay. I had it room temperature because I don't have like a fridge in here or anything, which maybe I should get. But it was, I think it would be much better cooled. So, but I would say it was good. It was nice. Surprisingly decent. Okay, we will make this pool not collide with anything. No, I'm not working from home. I rent an office. I am not able to work from home. Horrible for my health. Maybe we'll make this color more greenish. Does that look green? Point light's not working. Look. Kind of weird. Oh. Up here.
FBI, open up!
That ain't look green. Oh, because it's using the wrong one. Oh, that looks better. Yeah. Interesting. Why? A few reasons. So, working from home is really bad because I don't separate my work life from my home life. Number two, we have a really small apartment, so I would have to work in the same room that my fiance walks around and does stuff in too. So it's very distracting to both me and her. And I like the walk away from work. I think it's good for my health. Like physical health too. It's just like so much better. Working from home would feel like a prison. Just make it greenish though. That's the issue with that. And also that isn't affecting... Hold on. Why does that not affect lumen? There's some like setting here that was turned off. Because it's translucent maybe? Screen space reflections lighting mode surface translucency volume. Used with static lighting. Lock the door and never leave. Now, our apartment is set up like this. So, we have entrance hallway, bedroom, then main like living room, and attached kitchen, and then here is like the like a storage room, and then like a bathroom, right? Proportions aren't the greatest here, but you get the gist of it. So this is where my computer is set up in my home, and like TV and stuff. So you can close this door to the kitchen, and you can close the door to the bedroom, but it's like I can't work there during the day when, you know, she'd be walking between these, maybe walking here, causing noise. It's very distracting to me, and I would just be distracting to her, and she would feel like she needs to remain quiet to not distract me. It's just a problem. It just doesn't work. There's no room in the storage room. There's not enough room. I need quite a bit of space in my office because I have not just the desk, but I have the 2 computers. I have the printer stuff set up there. I have the green screen. There's not enough room. The green screen especially it's pretty big. And then I need good lighting, and lighting as well is an issue that at home not the greatest, because I have like windows open. I would have to close all the curtains, set up the lighting very specifically. Lighting is tough. Wonder if it's because it's translucent or something. What prevents this from working with lumen? UE5. It might be that it's translucent. Translucent material not working with lumen. Where's the scene depth check? It's not these depth fades, right? property cheap in Poland? No. No, it is very expensive. Especially in the cities. What's a goated city? I mean, I really like Kraków. I lived there for 5 years. Pretty nice. Read from sea. It must be these depth fades. Yeah, that's what it is. That it was translucent. Okay, now we just have to fix the fact that it's white. Poland, like Warsaw, flat house prices are freaking expensive. Yeah, really. It really is. It's horrible. Here we'll look for apartments in sale in Kraków, Poland. Look at this shit, dude. 52 square meters for almost 300,000 euros. That's insane. It's absolutely absurd. Like, you can buy a house in the US that is way larger in price, or way larger in space, for cheaper than some of these flats. I mean, the further out of the city you get, the cheaper it's gonna get, right? But still, for a 2-room apartment, 41 square meters for 150,000 euros. That's insane. That's insanely bad. Now, Poland's economy isn't bad. It's just you don't make as much compared to like the euro and shit. Don't compare with US houses. Well, I will compare with US houses because you know, for me, I do have the option of going to the US and buying a house. Here's the thing. US houses being made of wood is a very good thing. It's much better for heating in a country where you have those differences in temperature, and they're much cheaper to repair and to expand on. So I would much rather own a US house. Way, way better. Yeah, tornadoes in some places for sure. But if you think US houses are bad because they're made of wood, 100% not. 100% not. That's a common EU lie that they tell the people. It's just like different needs, different strengths. Solid structure that won't fly away. Well, you also don't want a concrete building crumbling on you. Tornadoes are way more powerful than you think. Concrete won't save you. That's why you have a storm shelter or a basement. That's where you hide out during a tornado. And the thing is, even if your walls are concrete, your windows are not. And your windows will blow out during a tornado. I lived in areas where tornadoes happened. Concrete won't save you. looks weird. Yeah, I've been close to a tornado. I've never been caught in a tornado, and my God, I wish I never would. That shit's scary. Yeah, that's exactly why the basements exist. You won't have basements in, you know, I like basements. I love basements. I mean, they're extra space in your house. How can you not like that? But it's not super common in every part of the US. I think if you go on like Zillow, you can always check. Let's just check Kansas. Where's has a basement? Of course, most places in Kansas will have basements, but you won't see that in places where it's just not very common to have natural disasters that would require it. But in places where tornadoes are more common, they're pretty much every house is going to have a basement, or there's going to be a storm shelter on the property. Yeah, well, what would I rather have, a 52 square meter apartment for $170,000, or hell, I could even buy something like this and renovate it for 90 grand. That's wood too. That is pretty cheap. A little bit suspect. That's nice. New carpet. Needs a little bit of work. Honestly, not bad though. This could be remade. Literal paper? It's better this way. It's much better. You can repair this and renovate it for a lot cheaper than it would be with concrete. Wood is more beneficial than concrete with that. Concrete is also way more expensive to heat. And I don't know where that was, but depending on which state it was in. Yeah, in Kansas, you're probably going to get pretty cold during the winter, so that's much better for heating than the concrete. More like cardboard? No, there wasn't cardboard here. There wasn't cardboard here. This was full wood. What are you talking about? This is all wood. I'm telling you, the cardboard made houses in the US, that is a common myth. That's not how houses are made. It really isn't. If you're talking about like drywall and plywood inside the house, that is different. Plywood and drywall is used inside the house because it's very thin and cheap, and then you have insulation between that and the outside walls. So inside you might see a lot of, and again, that's all because it's super easy to drill into, to nail into, to cut away, to, you know, replace and repair. Very, very easy. Yeah, it could be mistaking the cardboard for the Tyvek wrap too. Twitch dog, you're right. Yeah, but you say that room size, but it's also a lot more expensive. It's a lot more expensive. And it again, you also will not be able to repair that or to, you know, expand upon that as easily as with wood. And wood is way cheaper in the US than it is here in Europe. Because we just have so much forest. So easy to cut down some trees. Let's see if there are tariffs. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, if it would probably encourage us to start cutting down US forests, which is where I think a lot of our lumber will probably end up coming from. I don't know how much of US imports is. Well, it did get its wood probably because Canada was making it cheaper. Now with the tariffs, it'll be cheaper to get it from the US. So that's kind of the intention. You can always check here, though. Destinations. This is exports. Where is imports? Where is imports? Where's imports? The fuck? Am I missing it? Am I poo-poo? Oh, here we go. I'm poo-poo. Imports Canada, mostly petroleum. Sawn wood is 1.35, 5.52 billion of import value for sawn wood.
Wake up.
This does not necessarily mean that it is wood or houses necessarily. So it's not really that big. It's only 1.35% of our imports from Canada. We import more cars from Canada than wood. Kind of crazy. So I would imagine that we also import gold. Okay, I would imagine that would just now come from the U.S. because it'll be cheaper. Yeah, in Poland it is cheaper to use bricks, but in U.S. wood is way better. Not only because of the climate, because again, like winters in the U.S. are way harsher than here in Poland, especially for like north of the center line of the continent. So wood is way cheaper to heat. Your salary is in US dollars? My salary is in 0. Why is this not taking the parameter color? It should be blending that. Should be adding in the watercolor. Make games earn a big sum. Well, right now I don't earn anything. Kind of sucks. Okay, that would be getting rid of the edge, which is fine. I don't really care about that. The depth did look nice though. Earn 10 mil once every 5 years. Well, in order to do that, you'd have to earn 10 mil. I don't really see the point in having this over the poison pool at this point if I can't make it emiss as translucent. It's kind of pointless. Kind of breaks the intention. I don't really want to use point lights. The benefits of the texture looking more like liquid don't really translate well when you can't see it very clearly. There's no way that you can see that very clearly apart from the reflections, which I could get just by giving the poison pool lower roughness value. And that's going to be a much cheaper material than anything else. You know, shader complexity on that is easy. Shader complexity, if we throw this down, definitely a bit worse. It doesn't like anything with translucency and depth. Just hates. Not that some red is bad. Too much red. Extremely bad. Yeah, whatever. Prototype. We don't care. As long as the game doesn't crash. Yeah, I might as well just use this. It works for now. And it does enough to help light up the room that you can actually see the other side. Do we want to throw some candles on this side? I think I mentioned I wanted to push this wall in. Oops. Which we could do. Kind of like these here. Oh, I know why I did that. Annoying. At the right location for it? It gets too deep in the ground. Don't know. We'll see. You're adding skin tones for diversity, but because you don't have character creator yet, you'll get a random one. I'm sure there'll be no problem. What's the worst that could happen? I don't know exactly where that should sit. That pushing in. It is. Okay, so we can move it more this way then. That'll work, and then I'll bring this in just slightly. It's in a bit too. Okay, let's move these back in. We shouldn't need the corners. Could probably come down a little bit. These will need to be filled. Hey Cuthbert, how you doing today? Thanks for your work last night. I didn't tell chat yet, but you fixed all the problems with Concussive Blast, and finalized Aetherlight, and it all looks good. And started to implement the pushing back of enemies with Concussive Blast, which is cool. Collaborators, even better. Friends. That's right, real and in 2025. The F word. We worked on Train Life together. We both had issues with... We both had diverging opinions on the values of a game company. We worked on that game for autistic people. I mean, it was a management sim, so I can't say you're wrong. I feel like those games are just built for people with minds that need to be satisfied by numbers and collections. I wrap this around maybe? Could also just hide it. That might be the easiest solution. Just hide it. Yeah, it looks stupid, but it works. Same can be said for my dick. So this will be fine. And I'll just copy this over. Wrong mirror. Fuck it, I'll just do it manually. How hard is it to make Unreal Editor in Unreal Editor in case you want to make a game to make games? Not terribly. Or it depends on what the scope of it would look like, I think. Because some things are exposed for modding purposes, other things not so much. It's the same. Well, Unreal Editor is actually using the same code as the games for Unreal use. So it kind of is already there. Like, the Epic launcher is actually just an Unreal software, I guess. I was going to say game, but this is software that was made with Unreal Engine. The launcher for Unreal. Because when it crashes, it gives you the Unreal crash message. Which is pretty funny. Which came first? Good question. I don't know if we'll ever know. But the real question is, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? Or Tootsie Roll Pop, actually. Okay, so this will be fine. We'll put some loot in here. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the earth? You mean where all the dinosaurs are hidden? The player could theoretically jump into these. So putting a couple bits of loot in it for fun would be cool. And we need some more lights. For sure. I don't think I can fit this up here. It looks kind of silly. What I might do is place some of these down. I think these look pretty nice. Gonna place them on the bridge, but that won't really work if I can speak properly. So maybe I'll place them in the alcoves on the other side, or maybe next to the pillars here. Alright, that helps a bit. Torches along this wall would look nice, I think. We are not on Unreal 5.5, so we do not have access to mega lights. I will try to keep the torch placement to a little bit of a minimum. We'll use the red lights back here. Now that looks spooky. Is there anything I can do to make this glass material a bit better? Oh, you know what it might be is the surface weather effects are attached to this. I think because I duplicated this. That is definitely going to add some shader complexity. And it's needless, we're down here in the dungeon anyway. Never gonna get any of those effects on them. That'll probably help a little bit. Not a crazy amount. I think the number of refractions would be hurting that a bit more. Just don't look at it. Whatever. What's your ideal? What do you mean, or organizational structure? When you say ideal organizational structure? I mean, like, if we get funding, what am I gonna do? What position will I be in? Amount of people. Probably 10 to 15 people full time. I will likely find somebody to run the business side of Microraptor while I handle the day-to-day and the creative direction. I think that's where I'm better suited in the development team than I am handling the business, but I will still own the business. That way I, have the last call when it comes to the direction that the business will take. It's kind of the reason I started the company, was so that we wouldn't become, corporate shills or, do something that doesn't align with my own values. But I'd rather remain working with the games day to day and let somebody else handle the paperwork and the legal stuff. You solo found? Yes, I am the solo founder and owner of Microraptor Games. We might go from a sole proprietorship to a partnership at some point. But if we did that, I would only be giving shares away to people that I trust, and, they'd be people working on the team itself. Not really any external involvement or people that don't believe in our process and our values. It makes it a lot harder to fund the company, I'll tell you that. Because I could take Cauldron Chronicles to some angel investors or to an investment group, say, hey, buy 49% of the company, here's what we're valued at, make enough money, we can then start to work on the vertical slice. But then we have investors to please, so. I'm doing it the hard way and the potentially impossible way. We'll see. How long I've been working on this project right now? 193 days. How you doing so, Fanny Fanny? Never please anybody, please yourself first. It's 193 days of development. So, not all those days were spent on, or not all the days that I've spent streaming were on development, since we do, sometimes like play games and whatnot. But any days where you see Cauldron Chronicles development, this is a day that gets added to that ticker. I'm just gonna double check if I'm still recording. Yesterday the recording failed. Oopsies. Okay, we are. Which is fine. I can still download it from Twitch. You keep a tally? No, I mainly just rely on updating yesterday's stream info. Or just I look up YouTube and I see what the last day was. Yeah, for me it's important. You know, the reason I started the reason I started Microraptor Games was so that we could build a company with the values that I wanted to build a game company on, which was, you know, players first. People who are passionate about gaming and game dev are in charge of making the games. We want to be transparent, we want to be ethical. And I can't trust most. It was really hard for me to find people that I could trust having those values in the industry. Unfortunately, the easiest jobs to get were often for people who have the exact opposite values to that. And I would never end up staying at those places for too long. Like, okay, well, you know what? I'll just try to build up my own company the way that I want to do it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least I'll come out of it a better person, I think, and a more knowledgeable individual. We shall see. Yeah, I might just delete these candles and replace them with my blueprints. They're so much easier to deal with. Okay, that was not a candle. Oopsies. Okay, we'll do that. Put them on this side too. Yeah, this poison pool looks kind of shit, but I suppose it works. I'll try it a little bit darker. I don't know. Kind of shit, but it works. Alright, let's put some point lights up here in the form of torches so that the player has better visibility of the bridge. Okay, that helps. There's nothing to really indicate that these are breakable, though. No communication for the player. I could place decals, like the fracturable wall. We could go the Dragon Age Veilguard route and... I'm joking with this, by the way. And, have a companion shout out within 2 seconds of you entering the room. I bet you could break those pillars with a concussive blast potion. You know what I noticed we don't have is we don't have a like notes that you can read as the player. We have books that you can pick up. We do not have notes. I suppose I could make like a adventurer's journal book that's placed here. It doesn't even have to have that much writing, right? It could just be one or two pages. And I could, hint in there that maybe those could be broken. I think that would be nice. It's a little bit of extra work, but the payoff should be better. Take the skeleton that's sitting back here. We'll prop him up. And we'll make a book. Worn Adventurer Journal. BP Worn BP book. Worn Adventure Journal. And looks to be an accounting. From a long past dungeon delver. Custom code only without loot. Update bait. Obviously, we'll not have any bait, fishing ID or anything. Yeah. It feels kind of comically large compared to his hand, but I guess it's not that crazy. Then we can throw down a backpack that's lootable. Flexible backpack. Again, that looks kind of comically large. I'll make it a little bit smaller. This does have physics enabled too, so it will settle into the scene, I believe. If I don't crash the engine, which I might have just done. Real shit. I think it's a plugin or something that's causing it. It might even be fluid flux. I noticed a dramatic rise in the amount of crashes after adding fluid flux. I think I did just crash it. Oh. Oh. Yes, indeed. Okay. That was interesting. I just crashed Opera as well. Wonderful. Alrighty then. That's why we have two computers. Can always move. I cannot move over to Unity. That sounds absolutely painful. I feel like I'd have nothing in my game done if I moved over to Unity. And not that it's a bad engine. I just feel like it's. I know developers working in Unity that will prototype in Unreal because Unreal is just much faster to prototype in. I don't know what that wasn't even a crash. That was more like it ran out of memory. Something was going on in the background or something. I don't know what it was. And I have a lot of RAM. I got 64 gigabytes of RAM. So something was happening. You're a 32 pleb. Probably upgrade. I'd imagine that your motherboard supports more. I think in this computer too, I only bought. Can I see? Is it? Yeah, I bought 2 times 32, so I could actually upgrade to 128 if I wanted. I have no reason to, because good luck using 64. Unreal's crashed plenty of times when I'm max graphics settings. Kind of weird. Did I specify the project with Ultra? No, I keep most things on medium to high settings while in editor, except for aliasing, which I like at TSR. This TSR is good. You shouldn't have to. When you set up any Unreal project, you should set it to scalable graphics and not maximum. You do low? I imagine that with a Core 9 Ultra 285K and a 4070 with 64 gigabytes of memory, I shouldn't have any issue. I think my crashes are from plugins. Need 57. I've heard the 5070s have issues. And I heard they don't have as much VRAM, right? How much VRAM does the 5070 have? This is the TI. Well, it's got 16 on the TI. Is there no just regular 5070? $5090 has 32? Oh. Jesus. That's a lot. Oh, just some bad eggs. Yeah, I don't have enough money to upgrade. I just upgraded to a 4070. Like this, upgrading this work computer already cost me a lot. I cannot afford anything else. Because I also have my computer at home, and I had to upgrade that as well. That's got a 13900K and a 4070 Ti in it. So I'm done. I'm done with upgrades for at least the next 5 years. And hopefully I won't need it. Can you just change the stupid backpack to use complex as simple? Or no, you can't use complex as simple if the object has physics enabled, I think. Yeah, whatever. I need the 5090? I don't know if I need it. It's tempting, but... I mean, how much better performance is... Well, the 5090 will 100% be better performance than the 4070. But that would literally be over half of my bank account to buy a 5090 Ti. That is actually just how broke I am. And I don't have health insurance or anything, so... Living on the edge. I can't afford health insurance. Yeah. We can't afford it. Thanks, man. I do appreciate you guys rooting for me and supporting me with this stuff. The fabulously shit. I don't know how they were able to make Fab so much worse. It's actually impressive. what I hate about these meshes? That they don't have nanite enabled. I kind of just want to make a cube and enable nanite on it and then just replace these so that I can have cubes with nanite. That sounds stupid. I could always just enable the base cube to have nanite, I suppose. I don't know if it's recommended to do that, but... Probably not. I'll just use my own cube like this, and I'll just make a blueprint or something. Not even necessary. Are you solo dev now? Not really. It's a little bit weird. I do about 90% to 95% of the work on Cauldron Chronicles, but I have friends that help out with other aspects. But they have full-time jobs, so they should prioritize that, and of course anything else they do for my project or Cauldron Chronicles. It's always just a nice boon. Because of course, you know, if this succeeds, we all get hired, and then we can work on this full-time and get paid. So it is what it is. You said just one more year and they might have all basic features this store should come with, dude, right? I assume their jobs are not in game dev? No, their jobs are in game dev. We're all professional game devs. It's just I decided to quit my full-time job to work on this game full-time. And they did the smarter option and decided not to do that. Because they're smarter than me. Can use blast to climb mountains? Oh god. Cutsper, do I have to put a collision box on top of the world to prevent the player from getting out? Damn you. How's that going for you so far? I'll be honest, it sucks not making money. It really does. And there will be a point where I will have to make a decision to continue doing this or to admit I need to go back and get a real-time job, a full-time job, so that I can actually pay for things and support my soon-to-be wife and a potential family. You know, it just... It does suck. I'm gonna be honest. But I'm willing to put up with it until the end of the year and to make that decision at the end of the year. You have great friends. I really do. I really do. You know, I took to heart the recommendation to surround yourself with people that want the best for you. And I'm going to be honest. One of the best decisions I think I've made in my life. Quit college to become a Jedi. Found out that they don't exist. My cousin is actually immortalized in canon Star Wars lore as a character due to Make-A-Wish. which is wild. What do you think is going to happen? I think that this game will turn heads for sure. I think that if we can speak to the right people, we can probably get some funding, at least for Vertical Slice. The trouble that I see is that it might take some time. And, you know, the nice thing is that this prototype is going nowhere, so we can just pitch it in the background. Even if I do have to get another job to help pay some bills, I can at least keep pitching this in the background and refining it. So the more work that we put into this now, and the more time that we can spend on it, the better. We'll see. It just depends if the game is actually fun or not. And I have some serious problems with the game right now that I want to fix up. Just takes time. Say Make-A-Wish, yeah. He has some heart issues that were very, very life-threatening, and he was put on the Make-A-Wish. The combat does need to be... the combat is being improved. This is taking way more time to do combat than I thought it would take. I vastly underestimated it. That was my fault. Kind of a weird pivot. Where is the pivot for this? Oh, yeah, I can fix that. Oh, hiccup. Good shit. Okay, Xform, X, edit pivot, center, accept, beautiful, delete, cube, delete. I want to replace all these with the box static mesh. Okay, I made a wish. Not about pressure expectations, but when do you think you will start beta testing? Okay, so beta is very far away, and I'll explain why. You might be using a different term. Wait, not this account. This account? A sec, I'll find it. Is it this one? No. Is it game dev production diagram? Okay, it's a little bit old, but essentially we are working on the first playable. So that's where we're at right now. We are in pre-production. We are, I would say, maybe we're definitely over half. We're probably around 66% through pre-production, maybe a little bit further. We're nearing the end of it. But this last little bit with combat is proving to be very, very challenging and time consuming. After that, then we work on Vertical Slice. This is where we would make a demo for the game. This would cost about 700,000 US dollars, I've estimated. Around that, I don't know, plus minus 100,000 if we can spend our money well. So this is going to be a big chunk of time, and this we will need to get some funding for. Then we can work on alpha. This is all production, by the way, after first playable's done. Then we work on the alpha, and then we work on the beta, and then we release the game, and then post-production with any updates and DLC or expansion, stuff like that. So we're still here, and unfortunately, a lot of systems-driven games are very lengthy to create because, unlike an arcade game, you need a lot of systems in place working in tandem to test the idea. So we're getting there. We're almost here. Then we enter production, and we search for funding based on this build. And there's different representations of what these might look like. So obviously chaotic, rapid development, continuous feedback, and we need to find the fun in this phase. And then what it should look like is gameplay loop should be fully realized, fun factor should be here, placeholder assets and UI, of course, white box as much as possible. We're doing a little bit more than that. And then we create the GDD, and we reiterate on the gameplay loop and pillars. We plan for creating production-ready tools, assets, and code and pipelines, and then we jump into full production with that. what's vertical slice? So vertical slice is a small section of your game. Take like a pie or a cake, right? This is the common example where you take a small slice of it. It has all the flavors that you would have in the cake, but in a very small section. And you know what the cake should look like if you expand it outwards, right? So a good vertical slice is a small playable area of the game with as production ready release quality assets as possible, and with all the production ready pipelines for scoping out the rest of your game. A good example that we use often here is White Orchard from Witcher 3, where you have all of the necessary components for the game in a very small section of the map, playable and testable. And if you need to reiterate during development on, let's say, the monster nests and how those look or how those are placed, you can do it here before you work on the rest of your map. And knowing how much time it then takes to make, this kind of world and these kinds of points of interest, you can then scope that up to the rest of the game to determine a more accurate schedule for production and therefore a better and more accurate budget. Yeah, we do have, there was a video I made on it, but I could make a new one talking about production phases. So we are in prototype, that's why everything is placeholder. The reason that we do a little bit more with the art than white boxing is to give publishers a better visual idea of what the game is going to feel like. It doesn't cost much, it takes a bit more time, but I think that it looks better from a presentation standpoint than just white boxing. Even though it's not the most accurate to what you would want to do. I could just replace the static meshes here. Then these should all have nanite enabled. That's okay there. We don't have too much bleeding occurring in this room. Additionally, the reason that I don't prioritize any sort of optimization is because what we're doing is a little bit different than some companies do, where if they'll start working on their prototype and their vertical slice in the same project, and the issue is that that can sometimes lead to bad coding practices, since you do want to adopt a more fast, efficient, chaotic nature initially in pre-production, and then jumping over production, you want to have that more solid code architecture and better code base. So to save time, we are going to essentially set aside this entire project and make a new one from scratch, and then make our proper production version from scratch. So it'll be a little bit more work, but it will also lead to a lot more stable game that will be a lot more expandable and more bug-free. Is to me, both as a gamer and developer, is way more important than it is to some studios these days, it feels like. Now, what'd you say with Dragon? It is really tough. One, because going back to job is basically putting your game back on the burner. So I totally know how that can not always be accomplishing the dreams you had in mind. When it comes to your family, I think maybe it matters more than chasing pipe dreams. Yes. Yeah. The thing that I was facing during, I think I've talked about it before. I was just not able to get interviews. And this was back when everybody was downscaling after COVID, so there was a lot of mass layoffs. design positions are already pretty rare to find, and it was really hard to get a job because my portfolio sucked. So I just figured that, okay, I could either just keep applying and maybe not getting anything, or I could just make my own game and let the industry try to recover from bullshit COVID hiring. That's kind of what I ended up doing. You're currently working on your own project. It's sort of a data platform where you can ingest, analyze, and either take actions on that data or visualize data. From a user perspective, it looks like the Unreal Engine blueprint system. Since you worked for a longer time in the game industry, do you think it could appeal in that industry instead of the typical SQL or just code alternative? Data platform you can ingest, analyze, and either take actions. It could work really well for metric systems. I mean, metrics are very, very important to pretty much every game, especially to designers. So if there was an easy way to grab information of, metrics like when the players are quitting, how long the players are playing for sessions, things like that, what do they click on first? How long do they spend at, maybe like in our game, how long are they spending at the alchemy table? For sure would be a great one, because then I can help to adjust percentages. Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely use cases for game devs and metrics. And if you made something that was really user-friendly, easy to implement, had engine integrations, you could definitely make money off of that. No interviews? The issue was, for me, was probably primarily that my portfolio just sucked ass. Because I wrote a lot of design documentation for one of my previous jobs, but I can't show any of that because I don't own it. And showing it would be a breach of my NDAs. So, all this documentation that I wrote for a game, they just have to trust me that I made it and that I can do it. Same with the balance spreadsheets that I made. I can't show any of that either. So it really sucked. You do game balance? Yes. That is actually probably one of my primary things with games that I do. And my favorite thing to do, if you ask me. It's time consuming, but you gotta do it right. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't think people are losing their jobs to AI in game dev. Not really that much. Always try entry-level dead-end jobs. It's not that people wouldn't hire me, it's that my CV does... I can't showcase a lot of the work that I've done because I don't own it. I have no ownership over it, and it can look worse to employers if you start sharing sensitive data because they think, oh, if you're willing to share that data with us from another employer, you're probably, likely to do the same thing with a future employer. It's different than like an art, right? If you look at an artist's work in a game, you can just take a screenshot of an environment. Easy. Done. But for designers, what can I show that proves that I know what I'm doing with design? I can say, oh, I made 30, design documents totaling this many pages for my previous game job. The quality of which you'll have to just trust me on. I'm really good at balance. How can I prove it? Oh, well, I can promise you that the spreadsheet I made for this previous game I worked on was really good. You can't really take a screenshot of good game balance, you know? Donald's Supermarket Retail. So it's like, I was definitely, you know, because I was hired with Far From Home. And I think that they really liked the work that I was doing. But a lot of systems will just, you know, automatically disclude me because of the lack of portfolio. So this is my design portfolio. Worst case scenario, Microraptor doesn't succeed. I can just say, hey, you don't think I know what I'm doing? Here's the entire playlist for all of my Cauldron Chronicles development. Like there. You want to see me working on a system? Here's system 1, system 2. So Fanny, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that.
So Fanny just subscribed.
I know, I just read that. God. Thank you for your contribution. Enjoy the emotes, and I really appreciate that. All the money we make on the stream goes towards Cauldron Chronicles development. And we definitely need it. We had to pay a little bit of money right now for some music, but I think it's worth it. What was that? Those are the people above me moving around furniture without the little fuzzy things on the bottom of the chairs and tables. And if you think that it would sound annoying, you'd be right. Oops, that is sticking through. Let's move that down a bit. You do a good job while you still work on your game in your off time. Yeah, likely. I will still continue work on Cauldron Chronicles in my off time. But I'm hoping that we will be far enough at that point that all I'll have to do is just do some small tweaks and fixes. This is predicated under the idea that the game is actually fun, which I think that we are still lacking in some areas to make it fun. I'm not happy with some of the systems. I think the idea is good, the idea is enjoyable, but we need to prove that. Okay, that'll work. Biggest things that are going to look ugly will be the hallways, because there's a lot of light leaking that happens in these, as you can see. If we can make sure the hallways aren't light leaking too much, that would be great. Nothing comes without a price, this is true. You're right about that. I think few things worthwhile are easy to accomplish. Games being one of them. So I'm willing to put the time in. I'm willing to put the effort in. Thanks, Goku. Even lots of money comes with fame. To me, I'd almost rather have the fame than the money. And by that, I mean that I'd rather be well known in the industry as somebody who is pro-consumer and doing things in an ethical way. And my hope is that enough players want something like that they would support that studio financially to where we can just work on games, do the best work we can, and never have to think too much about how much it's going to cost us. Kind of the golden dream, right? If points to spam you with FBI open up 20 times. Don't abuse those sounds. It's better to do the grunt, splash, moan combo, I think. Grunt, fart, splash, moan. That's the combo. I hate that I have to do this. But at least it works. Like me. I appreciate all the support you guys give, even just typing in chat, because it's really boring just to kind of work on my own and not have feedback. And when you guys can just say, yeah, I don't like the way this looks, it's like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Let me fix that. It helps a lot. And I also want to show publishers and other developers that streaming development of their game is not something to be scared of. And that the more representations of early development that gamers are given, the more they will understand and be able to spot a game that is potentially scamming them, right? Maybe that's why they don't want to show off their games so early. But I do. I think it depends. Is the Oblivion calm ambience nostalgic? Dude, so true. It's gonna be so sad that they're not gonna use Jeremy Sewell for Elder Scrolls 6. They'll probably go with Inon Zur again. But you know, I don't hate his music. But it's no Jeremy Sewell. Look what happened to Pyro Software recently. He's getting a lot of flack for promising to finish his game and never finishing it. Well, I think that whether or not that's true, and the case, I can't say. I just don't know enough about the situation. What I can say is that I think that still proves my point. That at least players now know that that game is not really in a state that would be considered complete or finished, so they've kind of been given the warning. He did openly stream, but you wouldn't say it helped his argument. Well, is his argument that he was trying to show players what it looks like to work on a game in early development? Because in order to do that, he'd actually have to work on his game in early development. Got a lot of flack from everywhere in the WoW community, cybersecurity, for giving bad advice in the game dev community, and so on. Well, no one person is a guru on everything, right? Everybody has bad takes. People didn't like his stop killing games takes. And to be fair, I have my own problems with stop killing games, but at least I'm like, I want the same outcome. I don't want developers to scam me over. I agree on the base desires. I more just wonder how it would actually be able to work and how much it might cost the industry. And I really enjoyed my talk with Ross. It was really cool. He was very nice to talk to. Only streaming your game doesn't automatically give it a flag for honesty. Well, what I'm saying is that by openly streaming, I'm saying that developers shouldn't be afraid of streaming their game if they're actually working on it. Because my goal is to show players what it looks like and the caveats and things that aren't prioritized. Like for me, you know, I've had to tell a lot of people I'm not going to prioritize putting art on my UI because we're not finished with our UI yet. So that looks ugly, it's supposed to look ugly, and it will not be finalized for quite a while. But if you're not working on your game, then that still also signals to players that, hey, the game is not being worked on, and now they have that warning sign. So I think I'm miswording my meaning here. Okay, this isn't cutting into anything, right? It's kind of hard to see in here. And if anything is clipping, I think we're okay. All looks fine. Gotta have a good game streaming. Just helps get it out there, but if you end up being scummy and constantly delaying it and overpromising, it'll be a red flag just like any other game. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And that's what I'm trying to say is that the more transparent developers are, for good or bad, the more informed players are. So of course you guys will know that the game is getting worked on even though I haven't put out a build since last year of August, because I've talked about what we're going to put in that build and you can see me working on it, so you'll know what is going to be in that build. But if I weren't streaming and you didn't see a build since August, I would have a lot of people saying, where's the game? Where's the game? Is it even being worked on? You know, dead game, dead developer. Oops. It's poking through a bit. Oops. I can probably just move this over. Well, you know I'm working on it because you see it being worked on. And, you know, that's how I can avoid people in, like, my Discord or something asking, hey, where's the next build? Because they can just see our progress towards that, right? And we've talked about how, you know, what big features we need to be in the next build. And then, of course, you guys have access to the public U-track board so that you can actually see what's being worked on and when it's, you know, ending up finished. And this then links into Discord, which posts publicly too for when we move something from any of these into finished or when we make a new card. So we need potion combat, we need the dungeon. These are the two big epics that are going to be put into the next build. So we're still working on those. And I think by being this transparent with players, we can avoid a lot of issues. And we can, I don't know, give a better view of how long it takes to work on some things. Okay, this shouldn't have any ghosting. Looks great. Same with, where am I? This one I'm okay with a little bit of it filtering in because it kind of makes sense. But I might try to cover it up just a tad. So at least we don't get the green color. Yeah, I'm going to do that. And here should be... Well, it is definitely dark. I cannot see anything. So I think it worked. We'll put some lights in here, but I don't need any of the, Oh yeah. We just have the emissive widget. That'll be removed though. Just between him and you, he was a compulsive liar and made a fake online persona to get clicks. Did he? Is that proven? I have not looked into any of that. Pirate Software wasn't really, you know, I'm not really the target audience for him, right? Because I'm kind of already an established developer, so a lot of the advice he gave was just like, oh well. Yeah, it's just pretty basic developer stuff. He puffed up his image. Yeah, I won't ever do that. I do like Jonathan Blow. Like, I really like Jonathan Blow. He's a smart dude. He and, what's his name? Thomas, I think Mueller? The guy in charge of Moon Studios? They make Ori. What's his name? I think it's Thomas Mueller. Thomas Mahler, sorry. Him and Thomas Mahler are great people to follow. He's the designer and director, Ori, and the CEO of Moon Game Studios. Yeah, I'm not gonna puff up my image. I think I'm a pretty standard designer as far as skills go. But I'm trying to become better. I don't want to be standard. I want to be above average. I want to be good. And I do that by making good things. And learning. I let my games speak for my abilities. A little bit of a gap. Trying to make himself seem like a purveyor of wisdom, how he worked at Blizzard. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a bit of a secret. Working at a AAA company does not necessarily make you good or wise. There is a likelihood that AAA studios know how to produce games quite well. Many of them do. That's why they became AAA, is they are good at making money. But a company is made up of individuals, and some individuals are way more capable and efficient than others. Just clean up. I don't know about that. I'm sure he was doing something there. I'm not saying that he's bad or anything, but just X AAA doesn't always mean quality. Because if it did, then that would mean that what AAA companies make is quality. I think that we would all agree as gamers that I don't always feel a whole lot of quality coming out of AAA developers these days. Does this have volume? Not much, okay. Hey, Nano Rasmus, it has been a while. Care to recap the last 2 months of development? I actually put out a video. It's a little bit longer, and I won't make you watch it, because it is like 30 minutes. I put out an update on the potion combat, it's 40 minutes, where I talked about everything that has been, you know, what's been happening since August, our last public build, and now, and what's going to be expected to be in the next build. But generally speaking, we have made merchants, we've made a new NPC, we have overhauled effects and flavor, we're starting to add this dungeon, we've been working on potion combat. You be watching it? Okay. If there's still questions after that, let me know, and I can add them to the description of that video so that other people can be informed. You need a techno music? Some. Kind of like old school techno though. But I listen to Glitch Mob now and then. Justice. I like their music a lot. Bans anyone with critique. You know, I'm very thankful that we haven't had to ban anybody on this channel. Any real person. Only chaos bots. Sent a fraudulent DMCA? Really? Really? Can I move this up just a little bit? A little bit thinner. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Care to send a link? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Thanks, Cusper. I just need to find the exact video. I think I put it in the... I don't know. It should be there. Cusper sent it. He's a good boy. He's mine. Keep your hands off, ladies. They counterclaimed his DMC and said there was no infringing content. He should the bet. What the? Okay, really? Pirate Software DMCA? Is this actually real? What was the supposed infringing content? And also, if your claim is that you worked at Blizzard, I wouldn't say Blizzard has the greatest reputation these days. Yeah, I worked at EA. You can trust me with your ethics. Caught cheating on some game? for harassment and cyberbullying. Well, freedom of speech. Oh, you can summarize it? Yeah, that would be very helpful. The game dev studio that is currently replacing half its workforce with AI. Yeah, I work for them, so my ethics are golden. Exactly. Yeah, we will not be using any AI in production of our games. I can say that now. I can say that with sincerity. We want to be game developers making games for gamers, made by humans for humans. If we didn't bother developing it, why should you bother playing it? Simple as that. And I stole that from somebody. I stole that from somebody on Twitter who said, if you couldn't bother writing it, why should I bother reading it with regards to AI written books? So I kind of repurposed that for games. And if we couldn't bother making it, why should you bother playing it? I don't know. I never watched Pirate Software. A lot of his takes, and especially in like YouTube shorts, were just kind of like basic advice for developers, which, you know, was good. I give those too. You know, we talk about stuff like that. Ashes of Creation, he was PK'd by somebody, or somebody steals mob and decided to declare war on them, and they were quite good MMO players, so they bullied him from server. Oh, so it's more toxic MMO drama. Okay. That's, you know, if there's one thing that'll get me not to play your MMO, it's that you have a toxic community. And don't get me wrong, I play a lot of old school RuneScape. The OSRS community can be toxic too. The difference is that it is a primarily single, you know, you can play a lot of a single player. I can just ignore it. I just will not engage in people. It's that Pepsi Max. It's Biedronka Polish brand Cola Original Zero. So yes. Pepsi Max, but cheaper. Half the price. Pretty similar taste, to be fair. Pretty good. MMOs change people, man. I have a friend who forgets to eat and drink and completely loses his mind deep into the night when playing WoW. I've heard WoW is just kind of different, though. Everything that I've seen, I've never seen any positive interaction in World of Warcraft. Like, literally never. I've never seen any sort of video about WoW, like in modern times, that had positive interactions with people doing cool things. Nothing. Try it without the zero. I can't try it without the zero because I would gain a lot of weight. Too much sugar. I'm fat boy. I need to get thin. I'm not that fat. I just need to lose some weight. Stop drinking as much alcohol, which I have been getting better at, to be fair. I've cut down on my alcohol consumption very, very significantly. It is tough. I'm doing it. I make a joke about this, but it would require me sending a link to Imgur, and I know the hell that is moderating messages with links, so I'm gonna skip that. I don't ban links. You can put links in chat. If you become the next Pirate Software, don't say I didn't warn you. I don't think I'm gonna become Pirate Software because I don't like fake anything about me. Like, Kotspur has known me for, I don't know, like 5 years or something. Do I act any differently in real life than on this stream? I need to put lighting in this room. You can tell us. I don't know, first off, I don't know how to act. So I don't know how to act differently. And then I'm too awkward on camera, so I think that kind of proves it. You know, he abused you. I will say I probably made some decisions during the development of Train Life that probably led to programmers having to work more than that I would have liked them to. He drinks more and is less gay. I love it. Nobody knows questionable ethics is a chapter in Half-Life, where the player discovers that the facility is known about the aliens and has been doing experiments on them. Oh, I didn't know that. It's also a chapter in most streamers' books. Here's the thing, most people stream because they want to make money. I don't stream to make money, I stream to make my game. Making money is a boon on top of that we can use to help fund the development of the game. So my reasons for getting on the stream every day is to continue working on this and not get burned out, not, become bored, not have to work at home. I think that kind of helps me prevent some of or not get pulled into the Twitch cycle of trying to become the biggest streamer and make the most money. If I wanted to make money, I would just go get a job in game dev again. I'll see you, Cusper. I might be in... I don't know. Well, we'll see each other in a couple weeks, worst case. Pirate Software is gay. No, he means me. That I'm probably less gay on stream than I am in real life. I do have fun with my boyfriends in real life. We talked about it with Ross too when we did the interview about Stop Killing Games. I mentioned that I found it weird that Pirate Software just immediately shut down Ross's intentions without even talking with him. Like, it was just really weird. Like, bro, can't you just have a conversation with the guy? It's like, nope, no, won't work. Nope. I think he even said he just said like that he was stupid too. It's like, all right, that was kind of weird. Way to blow it out of proportion. He had ulterior motives? What motives? Oh wait, okay, wait. Our navigation mesh works fully throughout this place, right? Let me see. Let me make sure it goes deep enough. I could put blockers on some of these areas to prevent enemies from going down certain paths. The nice thing is it looks like they have pretty much full access to the dungeon. Except for here, which is weird. Wanted to make himself blow up so he could get big with his faked up new persona ego. He was hiding his other online identity. Aldovia's fig tree? I've heard that. I don't know how much that is true. But I'll maybe watch something off stream about that. Why is the nav mesh being weird here? Not because of these, right? He's into furries and underage girls. Oh. I mean, game devs being furries is not very uncommon. I'll tell you that. I worked with a guy once who was a serious scaly, and wanted everybody to refer to him with his like furry persona name. I'm gonna be honest, I refused. He didn't like it. I was like, dude, come on, give me not. Yeah, why is... What does the navigation look like here? Or the collision? Stairs. There we go. It might be that the nav mesh is using complex collision and not simple to do its collision like this. Okay, so assumedly then if this wall is destroyed, very laggy with wireframe on. Yeah, enemies can move between it. That's good. And down here, all the collision looks good too. What's his name, Pyrosoph? I don't know. Here's the thing. I've worked with a lot of egotistical people. I've been an egotistical person early on in my career. It didn't make me any friends, and I learned that it was one of the stupidest things that I could be. And so I just worked really hard to stomp on my ego. Doesn't mean it's completely gone. I think that's just kind of part of human nature and the human brain. But it's easy for people to mistake ego as confidence. And I think that people who are egotistical generally out themselves very, very quickly by doing and saying really stupid things. And that's probably what I'll say about that. And you can kind of take that for what it is. And see if that description aligns with what you see or feel in other people. That's all I could say. It destroys teams, I'll tell you that. Every egotistical creative director I've worked with has just been horrible for teams. You missed it. What were we talking about? We're just talking about ego. I think it's okay to be confident in being correct, but if you're proven wrong, you're proven wrong. Simple as that. What do I even want to place down here? Maybe we could do like some lootable sarcophagus or something. But this is more like a pedestal, it's not really a sarcophagus. But I could put some cool legendary weapon on here or something that you can sell. It'll be fun. Someone who's probably the best at being humble. Yeah, you sound like it. And you're the most empathetic, yeah. I see. Am I interacting with abilities? What do you mean? Oh, am I using the ability system to interact? No. I made my own interaction code. Pretty lightweight. You believe in me? I appreciate that. You have any necromancy type? What do you mean? Abilities that raise the dead? As an alchemist? Not at the moment. You're the most genuine game dev you know. Well, that's quite the mention. I think that there are, I don't know if, I would say that there are many game devs who are as genuine as me. That if I am completely genuine about loving games and being a game dev, that there are certainly more people like me. Tim Kaine is one of them, right? We watch a lot of Tim Kaine. But we've talked about before that I think that there are a lot of people in this industry that just don't care about games. An awful lot of them. Revival potion. Here's the thing though, Serene, is that if we have revival as an effect, or revive as an effect, it would have to work in narrative conditions too, which could be very hard to balance if any NPC was supposed to die, but you put a revive effect on there. You know, how does that kind of work? So that's kind of the biggest struggle that I have as a designer with this game, is that every effect that we put into the game needs to work in combat and with narrative stories, which eliminates a lot of ideas for both that I think would be really cool. Like revive, like luck, things of that nature. Be Worn Adventurer Journal. Oh, that's the icon. Hold on. What was the book icon? There it is. That works. Oh, we'll need to put in a string too for this. Name and description. Not buyable, so it doesn't need a value. Yeah, make it have expensive ingredients. Maybe. Not impossible. Once you're halfway done, you just say screw it and put sword combat in and change everything. No, no sword combat. Not happening. No mounts. No gliders. No climbing the side of walls. I really don't want... I feel like every game with stylized graphics that's kind of cozy, every developer just throws in Genshin-style climbing into it, and I kind of hate it. I think it negates a lot of the strategy of maneuvering around the world. Yeah, the parkour and stuff, I don't know. Like, we will have potions that give effects, like, you know, lightness, you'll be able to jump higher, you won't take fall damage. Strength boost, you can throw further. You know, you can launch yourself into the air with concussive blast, so you can, like, rocket jump yourself. You can do it. But I like that it, you know, it uses an existing system, which is alchemy, for that, and we don't have to throw something in randomly. Just make Skyrim Witcher 3, you'll get so many downloads. I think having any open world game, you get quite a lot of people who just want a new world to explore. Okay. Yeah, we'll do some cool loot stuff here. And in the alcoves. I think the lighting in this room looks pretty good now. The poison pool doesn't look great, but it's serviceable. And I don't think it has collision. The player should be able to walk into that. Yeah, you could take a lightness potion and rocket jump yourself. That's one way to do it. Why not? Yeah, that'll work. Is there a convenient shortcut for potion throwing? Well, you just put it in your hotbar. So if you make a potion, let me load up the game. You just throw it in your hotbar, and you throw it. It's the concussive blast feature. I like it, and I think you can... Yeah, you can blast yourself up into the air. Kind of fun. This is obviously, we will work on the how much it blasts you up, but you are able to do it. This is how you can get up on the roof now. Ooh, almost. Did it, bitch. I am hurting myself, though, in the process. I don't think you guys can see it, but my health goes down every time I blast myself. So... Like I said, you know, the game's coming along. We just... one effect at a time. And then, of course, the... ooh. Not where I wanted to be. Those, concussive blast will work on the walls and such, too. And then, of course, the bridge as well. Need waypoints, dialogue options, sword combat, mounts, finishers. Well, you do have waypoints, but what do you mean dialogue options? Because we do have we have a lot of dialogue options. We got some pretty deep dialogue. Does it smell like cat food? My shirt. My shirt smell. Weird. Something smells like cat food in here. There's no cat. Where's? Very odd. Maybe I'm having a stroke or something. Maybe it's COVID. The new strain of COVID makes you smell cat food. Uh-oh. Quickly shut down the countries. Oh, you just had to let one go? It was that stinky? I see. Alright, this room looks good on lighting. This room looks good on lighting. The hallways need work on lighting. This room does not look good on lighting. We can fix that. Just added some extra combat. Well, we will be. Slowly but surely, we're adding the all of the effects that we want to have for a prototype. And we will add in the animals to be, well, many of them will be neutral, so you can attack them and some of them will fight back. We do have animations for that too. We'll be adding in some fish into the lake. That's a low priority feature though. Just to give the world a bit more life. Because at least from my point of view, and I don't know how you guys feel, but from my point of view, to really impress publishers, we need to have potion combat. It doesn't need to look great. You know, it is just a prototype, but for now, what we need to have is combat so that they can really see the variety of things that we want in the open world. And we need to add some better puzzles into the open world too. Unarmed melee. I don't think we'll be doing any sort of melee or like bow and stuff. Lockpicking, I think would be more funny if you lockpicked with your potions. So just like throw a concussive blast at a lock chest to blow it open. To me, that's more in theme, and I think it makes for a better clip for social media. Stats are something that I'm considering. I don't feel like this is a game about stats, though. I don't really see any use case for stats other than putting it in order to feel like a older RPG game. I would rather double down on choices than stats, so that the things that you say and the information that you collect is that is your weapon in speech. I think stats way better. Well, what stats would you have? Like, how would that factor into alchemy gameplay? What is this? What is this box? What are these boxes? Oh, the dungeon checkers. Yeah, we need to put one of these down here too. Ever tried making it? No, these are all fair questions. I think that these are good. These are good to talk about. These are good tests for me as a designer too. Because I have the vision of the game, I have the pillars in mind. I don't see a need for stats, but maybe there is a need for stats that I don't see. You have alchemy as a stat. Okay, I could see some things that an alchemy stat could control. But do we need, is there enough room for stats, or is there, just alchemy as a form of that the more potions you make, the more knowledgeable you become, you kind of upgrade that stat, and you can have perks in alchemy. So it's more like this is your only stat is alchemy, but it is upgradable, and the amount of ingredients you discover, the potions you make, these all factor into the XP that you gain in the alchemy skill. So rather than having skills, we have skill, and that can dictate other things. I mean, I could see a use case for that. It's true. God, I can't see. We need more lighting in the hallways and stuff. Okay. Oops. Yeah, that is, I know why this occurs. I will have to prevent this from occurring. It is annoying that it happens. I will fix it. Okay, spells are not off the table. I will explain how I see spells working in Cauldron Chronicles. You do not have spells. However, I would like there to be one character that you can help out, and they might be a bit morally, ethically questionable. They might be evil, let's just put it that way. And if you help them, they can teach you a spell. And therefore, then we unlock essence for the player, and now they can cast like one single spell, like a fireball or something. It's not meant to replace alchemy, but it is meant as a unique, interesting reward that I think changes up some elements of the gameplay for characters who want to help out a certain character. I think that's a lot cooler than just, hey, here's your gold, thank you for the help, I'm off on my way now. A spell stat? I don't think we're gonna go that far. I only want combat to be with alchemy. Like 95% of it. Spell scrolls. Hey, Cloduk. It's possible. But it's meant to be a game about alchemy. Like, you are an alchemist, so you don't know how to do any sort of martial fighting or, like, bow and arrow fighting. This is not who you are. You are an alchemist, though, so your weapons are the potions you make. You want to set an enemy on fire? Make an immolation potion. You want to poison an enemy and paralyze them? Make a potion with paralyze and poison. And if you're out of potions, you gotta run away. You don't have any other options. Can I prevent these from falling over by... I might have to do the door solution for this, where we just put static meshes here, and when you hit this with the right potion, we switch it out for the geometry collection, and then play the crumble. Otherwise, they're going to fall over sometimes, and it's going to be really annoying and horrible. So we can fix that. Where's the bridge? Where's the beam? What did I name it though? Here. I think if Wizard comes in for a potion, he could trade scrolls with this. Trade scroll with a spell instead could be cool if you need spell in game. That's possible. Yeah, I think that anything unique like that is pretty cool. I agree. We do have, we can put anything in merchants' inventories. We can make a merchant that was maybe another alchemist, maybe a mage merchant. The current merchant we have does sell a greenhouse upgrade, which is pretty fun. Okay, so geometry collection by base is not visible. And when we destroy pillar, take the static mesh, destroy component. Get the geometry collection set visible. And then crumble the cluster. The demo needs martial. We will not be getting martial combat. I can guarantee you the 99.99% probability is that Cauldron Chronicles will never have martial combat. Ever. Would you like to sit down and have a conversation with someone like Tim Kaine? Without question. Without question, I would love it. I think I could learn a lot. I think we would have a really fun time talking about game design. It would be great. Would be a dream come true for me. Okay, that's working. What if Tim Kaine joined because he heard your game got martial combat? It wouldn't happen. Tim's retired. He deserves it. He's done enough for the game industry. He deserves some retirement. Eat some chocolate, have a nice time, play some games, and have success with his YouTube channel. Isn't he working on Outer Worlds 2? I do not think that he is working on Outer Worlds 2, but I could be wrong. I think he only helped with Outer Worlds 1. I think this room is well lit enough now. Always I might put torches in. If he saw you were making the next Oblivion, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim V6, he would be on board. I'm actually curious what he would think. I don't know if he would think... what he would think about Cauldron Chronicles. I actually just don't know. He might find it commendable that I was trying to do something different with design, but he also might think that the game does need stuff like stats. I don't know. Yeah, I did fix the tunnel issue just by putting... I put black boxes around all of it. That's what I did to fix it. Like, whatever. It's a lot of work, but it works. And I made these have nanites so that they should coal things a bit better. You know I have the potential to be Todd Howard, just gotta make the sacrifice and put the martial combat in. You can't convince me. You can't convince me that martial combat will make this game better and more unique. I think it would just make it more generic. I think a selling point to our game is that we do not have martial combat. As weird as it sounds. Well, I will enable modding if we can, and then you can put martial combat in with a mod and see if people really like it. You know, I don't hate these spider webs. But I'm gonna delete them for now. I want to talk with John Carmack. That'd be pretty cool too. I don't think I would have as much of a great talk with him, and not because of anything related to him, but just because I feel like he would want to talk more about like engines and programming, and I just can't speak very much on those levels. Especially like low level, especially. Definitely not. Don't spread the martial combat. I don't think it works in our game. I think that it diminishes the importance of the alchemy aspect and of potions. Because why use potions in combat if you can just use weapons? I'm sticking to my gut on this one, and my game designer gut tells me to not include that kind of combat. For the skeletons in our game, restore health potions actually do damage to them. Attenuation radius on this is very low. Yeah, poison heals them. I'm gonna pitch this game telling publishers that potion combat is our selling point. We'll see what they say. Maybe they'll want to add martial combat too. We'll see. I don't think so though. Stylized Edge, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I don't like the this T intersection. This looks ugly. It is what it is. You're gonna try making your own game engine someday. You've been working my brain off for the past 2 years for this purpose. That's crazy, dude. Best of luck. Do it. Make a great game with it. And I would love to see it. Don't forget, if you can dream it, you can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. that's what they did. I mean, it wasn't the FBI that did that. More like the Navy SEALs, but they did that. They got him. Gotta be said. Kind of tempted to remove the collision from the torches. Player can kind of walk in the hallways a bit easier. Same with the candles, to be fair. What is this? The tree with hive? No, it's not. Where's the leaves? Oh, there they are. That was weird. Hey, Bleacha. I want to know a way I could detect shadows in a shader. In light seems to be no problem, but I don't know how to get the not lights. Detect shadows in a shader. A bit beyond my purview. Maybe someone in chat knows. Detect shadows. There might be. There must be a solution, I just don't know what it would be. How's this going? This is going well. I'm working on the base layout and the lighting for each room first, and then we are going to go through and put props and some interactables in. That's the plan anyway. I will say that when it comes to promising things for players, I learned the hard way when I was in modding for Darkest Dungeon. Never to promise something that won't come to fruition. It just never works out for the benefit. It's not worth the extra hype that it might gain. So with Cauldron Chronicles, I will just not ever promise anything that I'm sure will not, or that I'm not sure will make it into the game. Realistically, I should just place one torch down and 1 point light, or 2 torches down and 1 point light in between them. I think it would look better. I could always disable one of them. Let me try that. I think it's worth trying, yeah. I think it's worth trying to make your own engine. Even if you fail, you will come out ahead. The moment you learn one new thing trying to make your own game engine, you will have already succeeded. So I say go for it. Or maybe not that you have succeeded, but you haven't failed. There is nothing wrong with Unity. Unity works, and it works very well. Has a lot less bloat than Unreal. I'll tell you that. If you think I'm going to Unity after Unreal crashes, you'd be surprised. I'd move to Unity and be like, oh, it's still crashing just for different reasons. Okay. Unity is a lot more lightweight, 100%. Yeah, the paper download thing was really shit. Like, as a company, I will shit on Unity for that, but as an engine, Unity is very capable. It's very capable and very lightweight. You might have a lot less out-of-the-box things, and you will have to implement those. But it will have a lot less bloat. Unreal's gonna force a sub. Actually, Unreal 4 did have a subscription when it first came out, and I paid for it. I think it was either like 20 or 40 bucks a month. Something like that. They removed it after only a few months in the works. I doubt it. I doubt it. I think that they make more than enough money with their licensing model. And their licensing model is very, very easy to understand. They're not going to do a subscription. They tried it. It didn't work. Yeah, Unity sometimes is better and Unreal's better. I agree with that. Enough is never enough. I don't think they'll make it. I promise you. They tried the subscription and it didn't work. And they attract more developers from their current licensing model. Make a bet? Okay. Fair enough. Unreal 5.0 will never have a licensing model. That's my bet. Get on the Godot train. Godot's a pretty good engine too. Don't like their community management though. And what their owner said. Yeah, the drama was really annoying and stupid. Best way to win bets is never... I know Unreal will not do it. I know that they make more than enough money from their current licensing for Unreal. I guarantee it. I think Rito died. Might have. I can't blame them for making their own branch, to be fair. Really do not agree with what happened on their Discord and their GitHub. You're Frank too. Any time today to help a panicking idiot. Yeah, what do you need? What's going on? Losing income? Oh, I don't know about their income. I don't know anything about their financial situation with Godot. You know, I'm gonna put small candles on the side and we'll put like a treasure chest down here or something. What do you typically do when you screw up horribly in C++ and your project won't build or open or compile or do anything other than just be a useless brick? I would revert the change set. Is what I would do. You restored from GitHub and it still won't build or open. That kind of might sound like a temporary file issue. I mean, what you restored to, you are 100% sure did open. I would try opening it on a separate computer. Or even in like safe mode, you know, I don't know, just some way, some different environment. Because maybe some temporary files got messed up in the IDE. Or if it saves any files anywhere, you know, maybe like it's a game and it saves some like settings. Maybe the settings are corrupted. You need to just delete those in like app data or documents. If there's any possibility like that, that might be a good way to do. Are you compiling Unreal when running or running Unreal from Epic? You don't have to compile, but you can fork your own custom version of Unreal and make your own custom version. But then you have to compile it yourself. Some companies do that for the, like, maybe they want to overwrite some rendering methods or add in some new functionality. Oh, you were asking Frank too. It seems weird that you reverted, but it won't compile anymore. If you do multiplayer, to build the server part, you need to compile UE5 anyways. Really? I didn't know that. Good info. Interesting. Godot engine itself is open source, so there's nothing wrong with it from that front. Yeah, exactly. But however, the recent drama, there were complaints from valid users that bugs weren't getting fixed. Well, also, some people got locked out of the GitHub. So it's open source except for those people. Now, I heard that they were writing some bad things on in GitHub. I don't know how true that is, but if that is true, I mean, that's fair. That's perfect. The attenuation stops right before the broken wall, so there shouldn't be any light leak from that. Oh, cool. Yeah, what happened, Frank, to, like, are you modifying something else, or are you writing your own C++ code? Like, what's happening with this? Is it an Unreal project? Unity? Something else? I think I will remove the collision from these torch meshes. But at least that's pretty well lit up now. I made a C++ class trying to do a thing. This isn't Unreal, right? And I made a couple mistakes and tried to build before I caught them, and everything broke when I tried to build. You restored from GitHub. Did that also restore the exe for your game? Because you would probably need to rebuild the executable, which I think you can do. By right-clicking and doing... Oh, there used to be some way to do this. You could try deleting... Okay, here's what you could try is you could try to delete everything related to the C++ version of it. So your SLN, your vsconfig, your source, your binaries, intermediate and save to be safe to, regenerate the Visual Studio project files, and then pull in your old source code that you know is working from GitHub, and then try to recompile from that. Maybe. You could also, I don't know how much you did work on the Unreal project itself, but if you want to be super safe, you could just make a new project, pull in your source code, recompile, and see if it works then. And Jonko sounds a lot more knowledgeable than me with this, so I would listen to him over me. Could I put little candles into these crevices? Let me try it. Like scale them down a bit. Should work. Add in a little bit of light. Just the you broke everything dummy error. Yeah, what it's sounding like, because when you make a build, when you compile it, it will have to overwrite the U project file, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So you would have to regenerate all of that. And I do not remember the way to do that. I think those look kind of fun. Add a little variety to the wall. How does this look? Not the most centered, but I think it looks nice. I've done the same thing as you, Frank, too. And I don't remember how I fixed it. I think you have to go into your source and you have to change a few lines of code. And then it should work again. I think that's what I did. Okay, that'll work. We have 3 of the 4 puzzles put in here. The only one we're missing is the Aetherlight one. Which we would need another room for. But I wouldn't want this room to be a hidden one. This room will have combat in it. I think that this room will have combat in it too. The secret room, for now, I'm tempted not to put any enemies in, but if we do, I want to constrain them to the... Put like 2 skeletons in and constrain them to the poison pool. Potentially. Hey Lucas, should I learn game development with a game engine or it's better to create a game with pure programming language? What are you? Are you a programmer? Are you a designer? Do you not know yet? That's okay, by the way. Are you an artist? You know, what's your strength? Because I don't think that there's any wrong answer with either using a game engine or making your own engine. It just depends what you feel comfortable with and how much time you want to put into that. Okay, where are these torch meshes? Go in here, remove collision. Making your own engine is almost always the wrong option. Not if you ask Notch on Twitter. But I don't necessarily disagree with you. There's a lot of benefits to using an existing engine. You're a beginner and I want to learn game development. I would start then with an engine that you feel as if you are capable of challenging yourself with, but not that will put you towards a brick wall, that will, you know, turn you off from working on anything, if that makes sense. So for me, Unreal is really great because it offers that visual scripting language with blueprints that it makes it, at least for me, easier to create the systems that I want. And it comes with a lot of rendering tools and things to model, to animate, to make effects with, right out of the box for free. And additionally, you have a lot of free content on Fab that you can download and get started with, right? Packs like this for free. So that's always great too. So, you know, maybe that will give you the leg up to learn basics of development and then jump into an engine that can solve a lot of the problems that you might hit your head against the wall with like another engine or building your own engine. Or you can try to build your own engine, but of course then you need to solve a lot of those core aspects, like how do you render a triangle on screen and getting that working from the start. Yeah, cloth physics, all that stuff you would have to write yourself. And you could probably find some libraries to handle some of the simpler stuff, but if you don't know how to modify those libraries, right, because you don't know the code or the logic behind it, it's going to be really hard to put all the pieces together and make them work well. If you're interested, by the way, we just recorded a few days ago on our own YouTube channel a blueprint tutorial for Unreal Engine 5. It's about 4 hours, but it is a full unedited tutorial where at the end of it you will have a project where you can I don't remember where we finished it, but where you can pick up coins, get a score, and get a winning screen. So you have a score up here in the upper left hand corner, and when you pick things up you get a winning screen. I don't remember where that happened, but it is free. You know, it's just on our YouTube. It's nice, 4 hours. It'll teach you kind of the basics of blueprinting in Unreal and how to set up some of the core parts of your game. And then as a bonus, we did some extra things like an interaction system for the player, where you could open up a door. Somewhere around here. Can't find any of the good timestamp. Every timestamp I click on is me yapping. But you can at least see that there. So I don't know if you're interested. There's that on our YouTube. Monk. Italian gin, Malfi con limon. What is this? I think I've seen this bottle somewhere. Looks pretty interesting. There was some Italian pita gin that I got relatively recently. This stuff. This was very good. Pita gin. Nice, feel like citrus forward. That sounds pretty refreshing. Go with a in a G&T. Okay, I think lighting in all our rooms looks good. We will need one more room, or we can make the Aetherlight puzzle in the open world. We could even place it back here by the standing stones if we wanted. That could be kind of fun. Or somewhere else. Maybe even around this. That could be interesting. Or even a different part of the forest completely. I don't know. We could also place it in this cave. There's not a whole lot going on in this cave. This was a much older cave we made. You build? Nice. I hate everything. Somebody hold me. Dude, I'm sorry. Welcome to Game Dev. Lucas, thank you for the follow, man. It's always nice to meet people who are new to game dev. And if you have any other questions, just let us know. We have people who are very skilled with art and chat, skilled with production, skilled with programming, skilled with design. I leaned more towards design and production, but other people in chat definitely fill the void of my lack of knowledge and skill. Skilled with screwing. Well, we're all skilled. We're game devs. We're all skilled with screwing up. Don't feel like you are the only one on that. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. I think I will put the last puzzle in the open world somewhere, and I'll try to figure out where we want to put that. So give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Anyone there? Cat? I'm back. I'm glad nobody typed any slurs while I was away. That would be dangerous. We do have some stuff going on up here. We do have a fishing spot. Some places to swim. He did it in another person's chat. Yeah, that's good. As long as it wasn't mine. I will, you know, I will probably get banned at some point, but hopefully not today. I mean, to be fair, the desert doesn't have much going on with it either. This is where the altar of Kek is, though, so I don't know if I should put anything back here. If you don't know what that is, we have an altar in the world where if you stand and look at rocks from a certain direction, it spells out Kek. Very important to gameplay. Crucial to the experience. That is these rocks. And if you stand in this spot and look in this direction for 10 seconds. That was more work to get working properly than I want to admit. But it did work. There's a lot of checks that it has to do to make sure that the player is actually standing in the right place, looking in the right direction. All these sorts of things. It's so stupid. I mean, in which case, then, the base layout of the dungeon would be done. And I think then we could put the... I would want more puzzles in the open world, though. So we don't have any puzzles in the open world. You know, maybe I'll put the Aetherlight puzzle in the abandoned town here. And maybe it can open up some passageway back here or something. That could be kind of fun. Content, alchemy, blueprints, puzzles, light puzzle. Here's our light puzzle. Alright, let's put torch 1 over here. Torch 2. Took a nap, game finished. Yeah, we're all done. Game's finished. That's it. Release on Steam. We're ready to go. Torch 3. Here. Torch 4. I'm gonna modify how these, you know, look and everything later. Torch 5. Place up here in these ruins. So this puzzle requires that the player light up the torches in a specific order. As you can imagine, communicating that order is going to be the most crucial aspect here, right? Obviously the player can brute force it, but that might waste a lot of Aetherlight potions. So I would rather have some way to know. Maybe like a book to read or something of what the correct order might be. Add 10 more torches so it takes longer to brute force. You guys are gonna have to play this game. Is that what you want? This is your funeral. Yes. I can do it. The end hotkey is supposed to snap objects to floor. Does it work right with these slopes? It should. Yeah, you can also do... What is it? Maybe you can't do it on components, but you can do it with other meshes. So let's say you wanted this, one of these fences. Here, you could do align to floor. That's always nice. Also, this is floating. I will fix this. We did some terrain modifications on this and ended up floating some of these. And I never really came back through to fix it up. It's mostly okay. Okay, torch 1. This one's just going to be completely fallen over, I think. They will still glow in the dark, so it'll be a bit easier to solve this. Well, they will glow when you actually light them up. A better way to say it. Okay, what is going to be our code for this? We can make it anything we want. Maybe let's do 42513. And then we can move the door over. I mean, the door can be anything, right? I just put a door so that there was something to actually trigger to test it out. If we want it to be that it opens up a little small, like, passageway into the rocks where you can do some looting, that'd be kind of fun. Maybe here. I do have a... Oh no, it's not too bad. I have some space back here. Can make it work. Pathway to Philadelphia, so you can do looting. You mean a peaceful protest? I don't understand. Exactly? Okay. Same thing. I love the gaslighting with that shit. I mean, I don't love it. I hate it. I think it's really disgusting, but... It's like, no, I can see with my eyes. Despite what you think, Mr. Journalist, I actually do have the ability of sight. But thank you for thinking that I don't. It'd be hard for the player to step up on, too. Rotate it like that, though. People are crazy on both sides? Dude, I agree. I'm so over it. Let's do this. This one's pretty big, though. I think it'll be hard to create the ceiling. Can always thin it down, though, I guess. Let's try this up here. Thin it a bit. Girth it for her pleasure, and then we'll shove it in. I could also tease the player with a little bit of light coming in from above. That could be kind of fun. I'm gonna do that. Tickle the player a little bit. Said Girth, true. Grass empty. Neat. Thank you for emptying the grass. I appreciate that. Okay, give me another rock. Oh, that's the same rock. Okay, give me a different rock, please. Give me Dwayne. You're eating chocolate peanut butter cup ice cream and you've not encountered a single peanut butter cup? It sounds like those meals that you can buy, like, oh, yeah, it's vegetables and chicken, and then you encounter like 3 tiny pieces of chicken. And the whole thing cost more than if you just bought something with vegetables and then bought the chicken separately. Nova Games, thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining my rant about vegetables and chicken. I assume that's why you followed. I would too. Your chicken noodle soup that way, yeah. Actually, what I've resorted to doing now is buying the vegetables and then just buying a 500-gram package of like turkey. Frying up the turkey, which takes like what, you know, it's ground turkey, so it's like what, 2 minutes, and then I dump the vegetables in and I get so much meat. It's great. You're doing it wrong. You're supposed to deprive yourself of the meat. No, I'm supposed to deprive myself of the vegetables. I get the meat to mask the taste of green things. Ew. It's the food that my food eats. Why am I eating it? If I want to eat vegetables, I should just eat meat because the meat eats the vegetables and then I eat the meat. That's the circle of life. You can take that to the bank, Simba. You don't have a real conceptual idea of what a gram of turkey looks like. A 500... It's 1.1 pounds of turkey. So I eat about half a pound of turkey with this meal, with vegetables. It's very filling. You don't know if that's a lot. Okay, so if you don't use the metric or imperial system, what system can I explain my turkey habits to you in? What language do you speak? Zoo blocks. Shut the fuck up. Shut up or I will never hatch your crypto zoo eggs, okay? Is that big enough for the player? Fit down. I don't want the player to fit down. I want them to see treasure down there. I can always put a blocking volume there, I guess. Yeah, the player cannot fit down there. Okay. Banana peels per sunset. What a method. It's a little hard to get up there. I can fix that though. We squish it. Okay, we'll do that. Should be easier for the player to walk up on that now. Doesn't look like Philly. Oh yeah, much better. And then that will be a little peephole into here. You just add a video clip that starts playing when you walk through. I've been messing with that on my second super secret project called World of America. I'm hoping we can have a prototype of that out. Probably before the end of next month. Something quite playable. And if anybody's wondering, that's my game project to piss off games journalists. That's literally the only purpose. You mean like the USA did. The goal of that game is to just rename part. You have a world map, and you're supposed to rename parts of the world in ways that Trump would rename them if he had the power. That's it. That's the game. Asia land. Crick Island. That's actually the biggest struggle I have with that game is how do I determine what is the proper name for each location? Because it's supposed to be like a puzzle game, right? You're supposed to figure it out, and maybe with like some community help. Kind of like an ARG. Yeah, you have to get in his mind, and the thing is, I will have to get in his mind when I make them, and I think people will come up with better names than I will come up with, which is a good thing, but then they won't get the answers right, so I think I will spend the most amount of time just thinking of the right names. Not an easy game to make. It's not easy being Trump. There, that'll offend everybody. You thought it was easy with Gulf of America? Yeah, try to name Europe. Maybe the United States of Europe. You have a design doc for one that was a Trump courtroom simulator? Holy shit. Pretty funny. Okay, I think we can connect that. Let's see. What do you name Brazil? So the thing that I'm trying to think of is whether or not I should allow you to rename countries, because I think that will be a lot more difficult to come up with good names for countries than it would be for like features, right? Like different mountains or you know, like oceans, things like that, rivers. Yeah, I mean that's at least my initial thought with it. But it would be pretty easy to make DLC with different maps too. So like then I could do like Middle Earth or Westeros. You have to rename parts of those. I mean, it could be done. As long as I can get a map with an SVG file, I can scale it up in Photoshop. I can export slices of that to textures. I can then import those to sprites, and I can set up a very large world map based on those sprites. And then putting in the names, you know, I'm going to have a method for doing that too. I already do have a method for that. Sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice. Big river. I love it. The thing is, I also have to find sound bites that I can use in like a licensed product. I have to make sure that all of the clips that I want to use of him, like when you get something wrong, he'll just say wrong, wrong. So I need to make sure that I pull all these sound bites, I get all the clips that I want to get in there for when you succeed or when you fail. I've been trying to get licensable music that is like patriotic. And I've been settling, I think Dixie would be really, really, really funny to put in there. I think I have a plan for this. And then I will send, by the way, I will officially through the Microraptor email send free keys to all the games journalists to play this game on Steam. Not Cauldron Chronicles, but the other game. I probably won't send any free keys to journalists for Cauldron Chronicles. I will send free keys to gamers. And they will be the ones that will be able to review my game ahead of time. The games journalists will have to pay real money for it. Because I do not like them. And that's what they deserve. Just check back with us tomorrow, idiots. It's a daily thing. Yeah, I'm glad you got it fixed, Frank. All my work experience comes from writing GIS software and making maps. If you need any help with the map side, what do you mean? What does that look like? I do have the map. I don't think it's the greatest map, but it is a workable map. Setting up the database to retrieve the right name will be easy from my standpoint. I think just coming up with the names that would be acceptable is going to be the hardest part. And making sure that I properly market the game as like a sort of community-driven ARG thing, right? So you're supposed to figure out the names with other people on like Discord, and then the community can solve it. Together. What is a GIS system though? Geospatial informational system. What does that mean? How would you describe that to your grandma? And then type that in chat so that I can understand. Yeah, we just need to block this up. This and this hole. And this hole. And that hole. Okay, that should work. You need software that allows you to manage things and data about them based on their location. I used to work on advanced traffic management systems and railroad stuff. Oh, that's cool. A bunch of countries and states use the systems I worked on and wrote a lot of managed traffic for tunnels, zipper machines. Wow. Impressive. Pretty cool. I worked on a train game that was not meant to be realistic. It said that in the first paragraph of the design doc. And what did the publisher do? They published the game and wrote in the Steam description that it was an uber realistic simulator. Thanks a lot. That brings the right people in. They're a bunch of idiots, to be honest. Yeah, it was very much supposed to be Euro Truck Sim on rails. How are the reviews? Meh. I fucked up some things in design, and I think that the game overall was just half-baked. We didn't have enough time to make it because we didn't properly, in my opinion, we didn't properly pre-produce the game, and so we didn't give an accurate schedule and timeline to the publisher, and then we sucked up to the publisher, we did everything they asked, and instead of doing the things that we initially intended to do, we did the things that the publisher wanted, and so we had to cut features that would have made the game better, and because we didn't make a good pre-production, we also fucked up with the with scoping and determining how complex systems should be. Yeah, it was train life. But I like what the game was supposed to be from a systems perspective. I think that we succeeded there. What is your PC build to work with Unreal? Generally you just need a pretty strong CPU, and depending on what you're making, a GPU. I don't think that you need top of the line stuff, but your CPU will be in some cases more important than your GPU. But honestly, any decent i5 or better for Intel will be more than enough for Unreal for most cases, unless you're working on like a project like this. But in that case, you would have world partition anyway, so there's that. And for GPU, I would say anything with at least 8 gigabytes of VRAM. It just, the more, assets and shit you put in your open world, the more VRAM you're going to need. So that would be my recommendations. But if you want to know specifically what I use, I have a Core i9 Ultra 285K and a RTX 4070. 4070 in this one, and 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. But we don't really use that much RAM, in all fairness. It uses enough that I would still recommend having at least 32. This system is not the most, or this project is not the most optimized for that though. with the game running $26. Our game itself doesn't use that much RAM. It's mostly just Unreal itself. At least you got something out of it. I got a lot out of Train Life. And again, I really like what the game succeeded at, but I was mostly the only designer on that project, and we should have had at least one more designer on that. And by the time that we got another designer, it was already, you know, we were already very late into development, so there wasn't a whole lot that they could do. Here's the thing, if I switch this to nighttime, where is nighttime? I guess I could put some crystals in there or something to light it up. I don't know how much that is going to seep through the top. If anything. Not much of it. I could kind of fake it. Or I could put like a tree over the top of it so that you could see the light coming up from above. That might look nice. Let me try that. I bump up the attenuation on here. Should poke through a bit more. And then we will paint a tree. Bad tree, don't like. Bad tree, don't like. I need the ones with the branches pretty low to the ground. I guess I could always shove it into the ground a bit. Scale it down. Doable. Ideally, we get some light poking up into the tree. Maybe the other side would be better. Are there aliens in this game? I don't think so. Do you want aliens to be in this game? We're supposed to be like a fantasy world. Of course. Whatever would be down there would have to be pretty bright to shine up. In which case it would just kind of, I think, overly light the cave. Imagine if in Kingdom Come they had aliens coming down and abducting people and interfering. I know some people would like that. I kind of like it being a medieval immersive sim myself. Could put crystals in the cave. Could do that. Oops, pushed that one too far. Anyone is wondering why they flicker too, I have it so that they randomize the mesh being used on construction script. I can kind of place these down and just not have to worry about them being randomized or not. So they look weird, but the functionality is proper. They're also very emissive, so they're very good to use in caves and whatnot. I mean, I don't think that's going to output too much color into here. I could do a point light with a very long source. We want something in there. I think it actually looked pretty good before. I think from certain angles you'd see the light and be like, hey, what's that? Kind of weird. Set the draw distance at 2,000. Hey, Octon. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a nice day. I Researching unknown sources of artificial light from ancient times earlier, because in the game you're making, everything is underground, but it can't be something too unrealistic. That's pretty cool. What are you making? I'm making, right now, a little cave that will open up and have some loot in it for when the player completes a puzzle in this abandoned village. So they have to light up these torches in the correct order. I don't have a great way of... No, I do know a way that we could show the correct order. I do have a way we can do it, so I just need to put a something that can disappear, like a rock or something, for when the player gets it right. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Looks so pro. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. We are using a lot of meshes from packs since we are just prototyping this. This can be the door. I made a new command. You can type !prototype. And you can see kind of what our focus is right now. You almost have it. Planet of the Sky is the perfect place for the aliens to come from. Why do you guys want aliens? You want all the craziest stuff in this game. Martial combat. Does Unreal Engine need a strong PC? For development or for playing? Honestly, I would kind of say both. It's a beefy engine. And some of the more expensive features really need GPUs to just kind of catch up with them. For dev, yeah, for dev, definitely. I mean, it depends on what kind of game you're working on, right? If you're just working on a small, like, 2D game, yeah, you can get by without too much. If you're working on some 3D game with, you know, big open world, you're gonna want some stuff. A lot of VRAM and a lot of RAM. What are you using as PC? I get that question. Maybe I should put that info in my description. I'll write it here. CPU, Intel Core 9 Ultra, 285K. RAM, 64 gigabytes of DDR5. I do not remember the speed, but I would bet that it's at about 6,000 megahertz. And GPU is a RTX 4070. That's about the most important. I have it installed on a... Actually, I think I have it installed on an M2. Yep, only using M2s here. I like my M2 drives. But I would say that, you know, I recently upgraded this for future proofing. So the 4070, the Core 9 Ultra are more than capable enough to handle most, if not any game on Unreal when you're developing, if the project is set up properly. But if you're just planning to make, like, I don't know, a 2.5D game or something simple in a small level, you can get by without too much. R7 7700, I think you'd be more than okay. Yeah. You would be more than okay. I don't know what the 7700... R7 7700... Where's the CPU bench? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar. It's not even that much worse than the Core 9 Ultra. And what I was using before this was the 6700K. which didn't run it very well, admittedly. But as long as you have more powerful than that, which I would say that pretty much anybody does nowadays, you'd be fine. And at home I have a 13900K, which might be pretty similar. Yeah, they're pretty similar. Thank you, Octane, for the follow too. Most likely the amount of VRAM and the amount of RAM that you have as core, you know, right now I'm using up 16 gigabytes with Unreal. I don't know what my VRAM usage is at. Probably pretty high. I have a lot of textures in this scene, and it is not the most optimized. I think I can stat VRAM. Stat GPU doesn't show VRAM usage, does it? Texture memory used 2.3 gigabytes. Quite a lot. Not small. Not great. Could be worse though. Oh, you're full stacked up but never tried game dev before. Definitely give it a try. Well, hope you can stay around, and if you are curious of learning, we recently recorded a video. It's 4 hours in length, but you can throw it up on the side. That just teaches the basics of blueprints, so if you know how to work in the engine itself, so this assumes that you can at least move around the engine, you know, some of the basic panels and what they do, and then this teaches blueprinting and how to set up some of the basic functionalities for a game. So at the end of it, you'll have a game where you can run into these coins, you get a score, and once your score reaches a certain amount, you get a screen that says you win, and then you can reset the level or quit. So at least, you know, it's very simple, but at least it teaches you the basics of how Unreal communicates with each other and how to blueprint. And that is up on our YouTube. Recreated Mario. Yeah, it's a simple game, but it's got the full gameplay loop there. I'll link it. I will link it. Do copy link address, paste. There you go. And thank you, Black Knight, for the additional tips for getting into Unreal. Okay, so the way that I'm thinking that we could communicate the order is by using little crystals. What was the correct order? 42513. You going to GDC this year? No, I cannot make it there. I have to do some paperwork here in Poland to legalize my stay on the basis of marriage. And so I probably won't be able to leave during that, and it's also very expensive. I would use my entire bank account going to GDC. Oh my god, I wish that they held that in some other city than San Francisco. City of poop and expensive poop. Put it that way. Where is 4? This is number 1. Let's grab some crystals. Yeah, every time I've been to GDC, it's not bad. You know, the conference is okay. My God, please, any other city would be really wonderful. The only conferences I'm going to this year will likely be Digital Dragons here in Poland and GIC also here in Poland. Should have married a random Polish chick when I was there and I'm stuck in America. I like America. I really do. Just don't live in the cities. That would be my recommendation. And not all cities, just some cities are horrendous. Just hired an engineer in Poland, so I might see you there. Polish engineers, there's a lot of good Polish engineers and programmers. I feel like our country is falling apart. Well, I know what you mean. As an American, I know what you mean. Kind of sad to see. I think that, you know, it's a leadership problem is really what it comes down to. It's a leadership problem and a problem with media. Everybody and everything is fanning the flames. But I still do believe by and large that once you get out of some of the major cities, you meet people that are really great. And you don't have a lot of those problems. They do have ponchki. They do have ponchki. Ponchki is they're pretty tasty. I also have pierogi. You have access to some good wines from different parts of Europe. Cheeses. Sausages. Great sausage here in Poland. Pharmacy is half the country's delusional. I think that when it comes to politics, you just have people who get really entrenched in positions, take extreme views, and then they don't see the other side as human. It's dangerous and divisive, and the media doubles down on it, the politicians double down on it, families get torn by it. Very sad. I haven't been to the US, I've had nothing but great interactions with people. You wouldn't think that would be the case based on news. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I think that by and large people are nice, but you know, when you start talking about politics, you have, you know, just very vocal minorities. It's really bad. But you go like to the average village, average town, you meet, you know, Jeremiah running the local gas station. And Chrissy in the restaurant that's been there for the last 40 years. Nothing but really nice people. Here's a bullfrog. Good reference. You know, people are I think nice. They're nice to you. They're nice. I don't think it's fake niceness either. You get a lot of that. I've been to Japan. It's all fake niceness, you know. Nobody actually cares. But I think in the US you do get genuine niceness from like your neighbors and the people you meet on the street. I don't feel that in the cities, though. I can give you a story about when I went to San Fran last. And that just how nice certain people were in that city. Oh my god. Okay, so there was this. I was at Walgreens, and if you don't know Walgreens, it's basically like it's like a big drugstore, right? So you kind of you can get all your basic necessities in there: basic food, basic drinks, basic gifts, cosmetics. They have pharmacies in there, so you can get your prescriptions filled. It's everywhere, and it does everything you need for the most part. Like 95% of what you're shopping can be done in a Walgreens. It's a maximum security prison for shampoo. Also, yes. So I was in there. I was just doing some shopping during GDC, and there was this older man at the cashier, and he was very old. He couldn't move around well, and you could tell that he had problems speaking. And he was asking them to call him a cab because he's like I can't get home. Can you call me a cab? It wasn't that he wanted them to pay for it. He just wanted them to make the call, say, hey, we have somebody who needs picked up here at this Walgreens. Here's the address. Okay, thank you. Bye. And they just wouldn't do it for him. They kept making up excuses like, oh, well, no, we can't do that. It's policy. Oh, we can't call out of here. You know, the phones in here can't do calls outside of Walgreens. And I'm like, okay, well, do you have a phone in your pocket? Can you just call? Like I didn't come from San Francisco, you know, I don't live there, so I didn't know the number for calling a cab. And so I'm like, dude, guys, why aren't you doing it? So eventually I was able to call. I just, you know, told him like, hey, wait on, let me finish up my shopping here and then I can call you something. I just gotta look up the number. Nicest guy you could ever meet. Nicest individual. Turns out that he had an accident and it messed up the speech part of his brain, so he could think normally, he just couldn't speak normally, and that's why he couldn't walk very well either. I was like, bro, what the hell? I don't need a phone, shut up. Yeah, I don't know, it was so stupid. I don't know if they thought that he had clearly done his own shopping. He was there alone. So it's not like he had dementia. He probably got a cab down there or something, and he was just like, hey, can you guys do me a favor and call me a cab? I have the money to pay for it. He was the coolest dude. He told us about when he was young, and he had met Polish people because we mentioned that we were from Poland. We were there for GDC. That was pretty cool. It was your fault. I don't know. It made me really angry. Makes me think of people standing around watching violence and recording it, dude. Agree. So much agree. Nothing makes me more upset than that. People failing to step in. And I get, like, maybe it's like some super crazy, you know, buff dude and, you know, you're like some tiny petite woman. What the hell are you gonna do? I don't blame him, but why are you recording it? This is, you know, maybe, okay, like if you're recording it and you want to show police, sure. But then it's the people that post it online, right? Because the people that record it for the police, you would never see it online. So frustrating. Yeah, and most of the time it's not the case. It's some buff dude and a tiny woman. Yeah. Just frustrating. My hot take is that I strongly believe something with how cities are built encourages people to not be empathetic and to not care about their fellow neighbor. And I don't know what it is. Too many to know? Could be. That could be one of the factors. They say you basically can handle about 100 people. True. What if your friend's wife was trying to sabotage your mate? What if the world was flat? How about that? Yeah, people lacking empathy in situations where people are getting like hurt. Really frustrating. I hate to say this, but I think you guys will know what I mean. I almost want to see violence happen around me just so that I can intervene and stop it. I don't know, maybe that's my toxic trait. I don't know how to put it. I don't want it to happen. Okay, look, no, I'll put it this way. I want it to happen in front of me rather than somewhere else. So that my basic male ooga booga instincts can kick in and, you know, I can help save the day. Now, me saving the day would be pointing at a man who looks way more masculine and muscly than me and saying, hey, you and I, let's save this. And then I start to move forward, but then I don't move anymore, and then he moves forward, and he does it, and like, okay, he's got it. I'm just kidding. I get updates from my local convenience store clerks about when bad stuff happens in the store because it's intervened. I've intervened in stuff in the past. That's hilarious. I mean, not bad things happening. That's not the hilarious part. Okay, where's the last number 3? We need to put 3 little crystals around this one. I don't know. I think that every man has these weird dreams or daydreams about something bad happening and us stepping in to resolve it. There's something with the male DNA. And every guy, even if we don't want to admit it, has these kinds of thoughts. We're all prepared for the worst at any time. You walk through a bad part of town, every man's gonna have like be on the prowl and be waiting for something bad to happen. That's toxic masculinity. This is the good masculine. This is the masculinity that helps solve problems. Yeah, if necessary, I'll grab that spoon and use it as a weapon. Also, shout out to Spoon. You're wondering why he's an emote? He is our sewer goblin, and his name is Spoon. Because the sewer goblins are named after the first thing that they put in their mouths. So most of them are like Pebble or Turd because they're sewer goblins, right? But for Spoon, it was a spoon. We need 5 around this actually. I hope you find yourself near a violent situation today so your dreams can come true. Well, see, this is me hoping that my fight or flight response will result in me fighting. And I think that it will. It depends. You know, I have a knife. That doesn't necessarily mean I want to fight someone else who also has a knife. I will defend myself But I don't know, dude. You know, there's levels to that. 4 guys with machetes. Dude, I'm fucking running if there's guys with machetes. Ain't no way I'm gonna be masculine in that scenario. I'm out of there. V1 me on Rust. There's a time and a place for fighting, and there's a time and a place for running. And I think that with 4 guys who have machetes, I'm Audi 5000G. Be hitting the exits for that one unless I had a gun. Yeah, I would too, yeah. If I move back to the US, I will be getting concealed carry permit, and hopefully never have to use it, except at the range. God willing. But if I do need it, I'd rather have it. Can rocks be made to auto texture around them? Probably, possibly. Maybe something within the landscape material. Very possible, though. Luckily, Poland has good immigration policy. They are very strict. During next Civil War, Revolutionary War. Man, I hope that doesn't come to pass. War emo guy. Yeah, it was Rex, co-worker, as we like to call him, added a whole bunch of emotes to the channel. Random words. If you type in woman, it changes that into an emote too. A woman or women? Oh, no, he removed that? It's a shame. I'll have to add that back. I thought that was kind of funny. Wait, how do I do it? Sign in, continue with Twitch. Oh, I don't have permission. Did it do it now? No, that's a shame. I'll have to get him on stream to fix that. It used to, I think it's self-explanatory. It's a stupid emote. It's kind of funny. It's probably better that we don't have that one, to be fair. Okay, so the correct order for this puzzle is 4, 2, 5, 1, 3. So 4 has 1 crystal. 2 has 2 crystals. 5 has 3 crystals. 1 has 4 crystals. And then 3 has 5 crystals. Okay, should work. We can go test that out. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't do that because that's the same combination that I have in my luggage. Let's make 5 Aetherlight potions. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I miss a... I think I threw down one extra toadstool in accident. Yeah, I did. Okay. That's all it was. You were thinking Spaceballs and you said that, dude. What a great movie. I tried to show my Polish fiance Spaceballs. Mistakes were made. We did recently watch The Matrix, though. And she kind of liked that. The effects didn't... They weren't as modern as she would have liked. I still think the effects are great. She liked the world and the lore. Alright. I do not remember which one was which. Good thing is we don't need to, because we have these. Or... Oh, I turned down the sound effects. Oh, bump those back up. I love Kung Fu. Which movie is that from? Do you like Kung Fu movies? I love Kung Fu movies. Okay, for 2, Office Space. Damn, you're right on it. Another good movie. This one up here. Never sat down to watch a lot of Spaceballs, but the jokes I've seen are mostly more interesting than funny. It's a good parody. I think it is a good parody, but it's not a parody for everybody. This one... Let me double check the cave that I can't enter it. Okay, we're good. And we'll light the last... Now here's the thing, if I light any of these out of order, it would have snuffed them all out. But I did it in the right order. And now we can get into the cave. Very nice. Okay. That'll work. And these should be harvestable too. Yeah, you can reach it. And you should not be able to fall into the hole. Too short. Shut up. I'm 6 foot. Ladies like me. Actually, I'm 5'10". I should be lucky to have any woman. Oh, never mind. Are we the same height? Same height? Okay. Yeah, we should just be lucky that any woman likes us. According to, oh, you do get stuck here. I'm going to put a blocking volume on there to prevent the player from kind of getting stuck. You don't completely get stuck, but you get stuck enough that it's a little annoying. We'll just do this. Okay, but do you make 6 figures, Rabbit? That's the real question. You might be 6 foot, you're not, but do you make 6 figures? Do any of us make 6 figures? You used to? Nuh-uh. Really? God damn. Jeez. Lucky you. Hope you have a nice house or something from that. Do the traffic GIS stuff? Jeez. Well, you can definitely afford to get into game dev if you want. That's supposed to be a teaser for what's down. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to kind of see, oh, there's something down there. How do I get in? Maybe it's related to these. You know, maybe I can put like some little pathway here, actually. Watch this. Like, oh, maybe there's something to do with that? I don't know. So you might look around the village to see, oh, there's something weird. These unlit up statues. And of course, the first one that you should try is this one. So maybe that'll be enough to lead the player into it. You gave other people most of your money. Well, hey, generosity goes a long way. I'm a strong believer in, you know, doing the right thing and trying to be a net positive on the world. Everybody has sins. Everybody does stupid shit, makes mistakes. But if you can be a net positive on the world, it'll be a better place. Strong believer in Twitch donations. Hey, if you have the money to support the channel, always appreciate it. If you don't, watch for free, and everything we put up on YouTube is also free. So if you need help, if you need, you know, any of those beginner guides we have, or you want to watch previous days of development to see how we do things, it's all free. And it will always be free. If you can't afford our game, pirate it. Our game is too expensive at the moment. Pirate it and buy it on a sale in the future. You already pirated it. Well, it's available for free, so I mean, you don't have to pirate it. I pirated your demo. That's the ultimate fuck you to a developer. I stole your demo. Or I pirated your game only to delete it without installing it. Saw it on VHS tapes. That would be wild. I pirated it just to copyright it. That's funny. Only everyone was taught to be like that. I don't know about you guys, but, you know, I'm a millennial. My parents raised me to, you know, on the golden rule. I was a stupid, idiotic, horrible, kind of bullyish kid. I did stupid things for attention. I fought with others. I was a Boy Scout. Not a very good one. Did a lot of stupid things in Boy Scouts. I think there was a time in my life where I think there was a fork in my life that honestly I could have become a violent criminal. I really do. I think that there was a time, I don't know, I can't specify exactly when was the turning point, but everything that I did as a kid, all the stupid things, the people that I hurt, sometimes stupid little animals in nature. I don't want to get into it. It wasn't like cats or dogs or anything, but I'm just saying there was a time in my life where I think things could have turned out differently for me. Starfruit, thank you for the follow. Weird thing to follow on. Oh, he used to hurt animals? Click that follow button. I don't think that's the reason. I hope that's not the reason. But there, I don't know, things changed, and then I don't know. I was pretty extreme politically. And then I don't know, I outgrew it, or I saw that it was just leading me down this horrible, hateful, stressful path. I was like, you know what? Nah. Nah. Peace and love. Be good to your neighbor. And if the people that, you know, especially stupid things that I did to my family, if they could forgive me, I should forgive other people for being stupid and doing stupid shit. Fuck holding on to grudges. Everyone deserves a second chance. And sometimes people deserve a third and fourth chance too. Compassion may not be infinite, but it is also not finite. Not being a violent criminal was the rebellious thing to do in my life. Still is, which is not usually the vibe people have about my point of origin. People who judge other people for their points of origin, also fucked up. Everyone has the choice to make of themselves what they will. Your skin color doesn't determine that. Your gender doesn't determine that. Your age doesn't. Sometimes a little bit of your culture does. But it's more like, you know, nature versus nurture, right? And there are some things that you learn as a kid that it's hard to get rid of as an adult, but that doesn't mean that you can't get rid of those as an adult. Fell into the conspiracy rabbit hole. Oof. There's some conspiracies I think are not so conspiratorial. The deep state, I don't know, it kind of feels like there are people behind the scenes profiting from all this politics bullshit. Well, we need something to put in the Aetherlight cave. Some loot behind here, maybe like a little skeleton. Treasure chest or something. We can always make it good loot. Can I ask, what is the settings shortcut for your foliage to be hidden when you paint in the landscape? I think that's by default. I don't remember ticking anything that did that. But I think it's only some things. I think it's part of like the grass. All I know is I didn't touch anything with that. So it might be part of like the landscape material and the way that grass is being drawn on. If there is a setting, I don't know what it is. There are people profiting for sure, but a lot of it is obvious. Yeah, you know, to be fair, like, do I like that people with a lot of money can control government? No, of course not. Is Elon at least being more open about it than other rich people? Yes. Does that mean that I like it anymore? No. But at least I can see it happening. You know, you've manually set it up. Yeah, maybe there was some setting in the master landscape material for it. I don't know where. If you find it, let me know. Open corruption better than secret corruption. Still corruption, just a different modifier. I mean, look, more than one thing can be true at a time, right? Do I like rich people controlling government? No. Do I like rich people pointing out other corruption in government? Yes. Would I rather that somebody not corrupt be doing it? Yes. But to pretend that corruption in government and rich people controlling government is happening only now that Trump is taking office? I mean, come on. It was happening before. It's been happening for at least the last, I would say, 100 years in our government in the US. It happens in every government. It's weird that people with salaries of like 200K a year in government positions are, net worth is worth tens of millions. How did that happen? The exposure? I don't know, Jay Holly. I don't know, because I don't know if the exposure to corruption is happening for real, or if they're just exposing their enemies. So I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm glad that look, let's assume that one half of the corruption is being exposed because they're political enemies. Okay, I would rather that both halves get exposed, but if I have to choose, I would, I guess one half is better than none of it. I kind of just want somebody who's very anti-corruption to enter government and just destroy all of it. Not anarchy, but more go in, root it all out, kind of start over. That makes sense. All would be nice, yeah. I think they're going after programs they don't like or what they're investigating. Yes, I agree. Instead of actual corruption. That's kind of what it feels like to me, too. I don't support certain politicians necessarily for their stances, but I can appreciate anti-establishment politicians. People like Bernie Sanders or like Tulsi Gabbard to some extent. I think both of these have their problems, but they are also they're much more middle of the road. And what's his name too? What's the guy that had, I think, a stroke? And every time he enters Congress, he's just wearing like sweatpants and a sweatshirt. What's his name? Something with an F, right? You guys know who I mean. If you may not know his name, but you know who I mean. Fetterman, yes. I think Fetterman has had some really sane middle of the road takes that I enjoy. And you know what? I just love when he walks into Congress wearing the wildest shit. John Fetterman. Sweatpants. I love this. I just love this guy. He just goes into these political places where everybody's wearing proper suits and shit. And just wearing the simplest things ever. He has had some batshit crazy takes, but you know what? I can respect this. Yeah, he showed up at Trump's inauguration wearing this too. I love it. I think that he is kind of anti-establishment. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have weird views or views that I disagree with. But I feel that to some extent, John Fetterman is anti-establishment. What a crazy guy. Okay, do I have a campfire that isn't lit? I'm pretty sure I do. I don't like that. Fuck that idea. Let's put a skeleton in here. Skeleton. Bernie's basically he is kind of a communist. You know what I like though? I like that Bernie went on the Joe Rogan podcast. I like that talk. I didn't agree with a lot of his takes, but I just like that I could hear him speak. And I think what it is that I like about Bernie is that when I hear him speak, I at least believe that he is speaking what he believes. It doesn't mean that I like him or that I like a lot of his takes, but at least I know that I feel like it is him speaking. And I don't get that with most politicians. Yeah, he's sincere. I disagree with him, but he is sincere. I think it was the stupidest move of the Kamala campaign to not let her go on Joe Rogan. I didn't believe that she was going to win anyway, but she at least, I think, would have had a better chance had she gone on there. I listened to the Trump and Vance one, and I would have listened to hers too, because I like listening to big politicians go on there and just speak without having some agenda with some like news program, only having sound bites that I have to filter through YouTube or Twitter or something. They can just speak for hours, no edits. I really, really love that. I can throw it up while playing a game. I can be like, okay, interesting take. I agree, I disagree. Good talk, more informed voter. And I mean, how much did the Trump and Vance ones get? $56 million views for Trump, 19 million views for JD Vance. That's crazy. She's so stupid not to have done this. And I don't know what it is. I don't believe that she can't speak for at least 2 hours. I really don't. I cannot believe that there's anybody in politics that is honestly that stupid. I really don't know what their belief was with that. Whatever, people that prevented her from going, campaign strategist. But isn't these also the campaign strategists that paid, what was it, like $1 million for a different podcast to make a set in a different city just so that she didn't have to fly to that city to do the podcast there? You guys hear about that? Oops, that's backwards. You think that story is misinformation? Okay, interesting. Kamala podcast. I don't know if it was 1 million. I think it was 100K. Call Her Daddy podcast. Huh? The fuck is that? Is this real? Reportedly used $100,000 from her $1 billion war chest to build the fake set of the wildly popular podcast in a random house. Their surprise October 6th interview. Oh wait, this is a different host. Oh no, it is this one. Wait, what? Okay, so no, it was for that podcast. Maybe the host didn't know how much it cost. But they did have to build one. So it's not that we don't know how much money it costs, for sure. But it did cost money to rebuild a set when she could have just flown out to LA and done the podcast there. Okay. Interesting. Good to know that we don't know for sure that it cost that much. Just that they did have to build it, so it did cost some amount of money. Thank you for mentioning that it might have been misinfo, because I wouldn't have looked that up otherwise. We always prefer the facts. I will need to put a cave check volume down here too. How you doing, Zephyrus? Gonna make all the lurkers look at their Discord now. You're evil. Okay, we'll set the ambient volume to half in here. I think that fills up the place. Yeah, it looks good. That'll work. We need that. I'm pretty sure that if I change the weather to snow, we're probably going to have some stuff in here, right? I have that feeling. Yeah, okay. I've got gonna have to coal that the best we can. Where is the... brush? Here. Dixon 3D, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys. You guys are making this month even better than January with follows, and it's wild to see. I really, really, really appreciate it. We've been having a pretty steady upward trend, but January and February have been insane for channel growth. We could do the radial gradient. I don't think this is going to look the greatest. You talk about harming small animals. I don't like to admit that that was who I was as a kid. But I don't think there's, you know, I'm not embarrassed by admitting it. I think everybody has skeletons in their closet in some way. I'm glad that I never hurt anything too large. And I'm glad I never got worse than that. I'm going to put it that way. I was a stupid, fucked up kid. And I definitely regret it. I think the worst was like a frog. You must know. Nowadays, wouldn't dare harm a frog. Don't really harm any animal. Do that for the entranceway. And inside here, I'll make it a bit wider. Like the guy from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I don't think I've seen that. I need to poof up the landscape here too. Let me fix that. I don't know. Like I said, I think that at a point in my life it could have gone either way, and I don't know what pulled me away from hell, so to speak here. I think moving helped. I don't know what it was. Something happened and I'm thankful that it did. At least now I think I would be a bit better to recognize it in, say, like a... You know, if my child ever had something similar happen. Probably died. Hey, maybe. It's not out of the realm of possibility. You know what? I think I do know what it was. I think it was a combination of certain traumas that happened to me and my family that showed me some pretty ugly parts of human nature. And I kind of realized that I didn't want to be like those people. Oh. Fix that up. I think that also helped teach me just how important trauma can be to shape somebody's life. I think that's why you are the way you are too. Trauma is a great driver of change. And people can change. Good and bad ways. I hate people who think that people can't change. People don't change. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Oh boy, howdy do they do. Okay, I think weather particles should get included in here properly. There is yet another hole here that will fix with a rock. Problem fixed. Thank you, rock. People always change. War never changes. Hey, does anything get fucked up? I have a shitty draw distance on that. I don't imagine that there would be any, because I didn't hook up this landscape master material to receive snow, so I think that in a lot of cases snow shouldn't end up on things, but it might end up on things where I do have the master material set up. So we can fix that with another mask. Can the player walk back here? Yeah, we might have to set up a few. I don't know. We'll see. But I think that it will poke into the side of the mountain a bit. I want to be careful about that. Oh, there's the rainbow. What's this? Oh, it's one of the mountains. Just as some people don't want to or don't have the ability to see problems with themselves or how they're negatively affecting others. I think that's part of it, yeah. There was a, there was one of those YouTube videos, right, where they get a whole bunch of people to, like, rate themselves. I think Charlie covered this, but they were told to rate themselves by where they think their IQ is. And it was a very, very interesting video to see. Number one, I hate IQ as a metric. I think that it means very little in a lot of cases. But it was really interesting to see how people with high IQ have usually overinflated egos about their IQ, and they end up having, in my opinion, very low actual emotional intelligence. It's very interesting to watch. Wait, I hate IQ as a metric. You need to splunk down that hole. This one up here? Where was it? I mean, this one? This hole? This is just so that you can kind of get a view of it. You can say, oh, there's something down there. I see a chest. I can loot it. How do I get down there? And hopefully, you know, if you see that first, you'll maybe check out the town here. The abandoned village, and see that there's a puzzle that you can solve here. Hasn't it been shown that IQ EQ is inversely correlated? If you ever find information about that, I would love to see that. I think that'd be a very interesting read. I hypothesize that it is, but I don't have any proof that it is. We could place this one lower. Or because I know that... Hold on. I'm going to try doing this. Ooh, I think that's actually perfect in size. I kind of do want... I do need snow on this master material because I want it to enter the... Oh, shit. This is gonna be annoying. Do they have a master material? They do not. Okay, so what I could do is I could make a separate material for the ones out here and have snow coming onto these and just end it where I need to. And I think that would work well. You score high on IQ test, but I'm heartless, as my wife puts it. I only feel emotions towards my family. I don't usually have emotions and result. Look things in logical way. Interesting. Emotions don't make sense to me. Isn't that also potentially... You could be a sociopath. Raise your hand in chat if you're a sociopath. I think you don't have to be a sociopath to have some sociopathic tendencies. And it does, just being sociopath doesn't mean that you are evil. Are there any studies that show a relationship between IQ and EQ? Yes, there have been studies exploring the relationship between IQ and EQ. While IQ measures cognitive abilities like reasoning, problem solving, and memory. Dude, my memory is shit. Problem solving, good. Memory, shit. EQ assesses skills related to understanding and managing emotions, both in oneself and others. Studies suggest that IQ and EQ are generally distinct but can overlap to some degree. For example, a 2012 meta-analysis published in Psychological Bulletin reviewed data from multiple studies and found a modest positive correlation between IQ and certain aspects of emotional intelligence, like emotional perception. This implies that people with higher cognitive intelligence might have a slight edge in recognizing emotions. However, other EQ components like emotional regulation or empathy showed weaker or no consistent correlation with IQ. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. The negative correlation between IQ. Actually, the higher IQ aids in filtering distractions. Meanwhile, the managing emotions branch of EI negatively correlated with impulsivity, hinting that EI contributes uniquely to emotional regulation rather than cognitive speed. Correlation between EI and IQ consistent with personality traits like agreeableness. Does that mean that people with higher IQ are generally more agreeable or less? Interesting. Something to think about. Should show this to my wife. She asked me how I can be so emotionless and focus on other stuff. It's all chemicals in the brain, man. It's all chemicals in the brain. Arches, weather. That's why I do heroin. Actually, that's why I consume copious amounts of caffeine. Is I think I need to get proof that I have ADHD and I use caffeine and alcohol to self-regulate my dopamine. Not the greatest, especially the alcohol. Nice? I don't know if it's nice. It's not the greatest. Not for my health. Well, I can openly acknowledge that I probably am quite addicted to alcohol, but I never have had it affect my personal life, which is what they often cite as being one of the causes for alcoholism. So I was trying to find why might I go towards it, but I never abuse it in the sense that, you know, it's causing a problem with my personal life. Turns out I might be using it to regulate dopamine. That would make a lot of sense. It's also why I consume a lot of caffeine. Still in denial. No, I am an alcoholic, but I don't show some of the traits that are associated with it. Alright, let's do this. Let's pump in a static bool. Been slurring your speech. That's because I lose track of thought and then I think faster than I speak. So I try to catch up with speech, but then I'm already on a different tangent by the time that I'm halfway through something that I say. So I have to like... So annoying. Okay, save this. MI arches. I will also duplicate this. MI arches weather. Go in here. Base this on this one. And then we can update these as needed. I think these all pull from the same... Oh, they have multiple. We can do this. Okay. I tried Grok. I have to say I'm pretty impressed with Grok 3. I really appreciate its deep thought modes. It's something that I like and something that works really well. I like that you can see it thinking and that you can see it coming to a conclusion and questioning its own methods of reasoning. I'll show you something. Where's Grok? Grok. Think. Select think. Tell me how in blueprints and in UE5 I might make a top-down camera that can be moved around on the X and Y axes only with dragging the mouse. I really appreciate this. First, I need to understand what a top-down camera is. It's a camera. So in UE5, wait, actually in many top-down games, the camera follows the player. But in this case, the problem says a top-down camera that can be moved around. So it doesn't sound like the camera itself is being moved around by the mouse, not necessarily following a character. To make it clear, let's assume that there's a player character and the camera is looking down. Alternatively, maybe there's no character. Rereading the problem, it doesn't mention a character, so perhaps it's just a camera that can pan by dragging the mouse. Let's think about implementing that. I don't care that it takes time. I like that it is thinking about it, trying to understand the context, grabbing all this information, showing me all of that thought. It's quite impressive. Wait, it actually seems so weird coming from an AI. It does seem weird. Like, oh my god, is it a person behind here? DeepSeek via Olama also puts out the thinking part. Interesting. AI is impressive. Final solution. Uh-oh. Brock is giving me the final solution. Okay, create a new pawn. Add and configure the camera component. Set the relative location. Set relative rotation. Fine, fair enough. Add a drag speed. Set up the input bindings. Create custom events. Implement mouse drag. Be decent. I'd have to test it to see if it actually is correct on this. Explaining it, testing and adjustments. I know, it's pretty cool. And I like that I can see literally everything that I thought about here to get to where it needed to be. I like it a lot. Another one too is the deep search, which is pretty cool. So you can say like, tell me everything you know about Microraptor games. The deep search function is pretty cool too, because it just openly searches different parts of the internet to clarify, okay, maybe these are relevant, maybe not, and then it determines what is relevant. About to give my social security. It searched my website too. Kind of wild. Their homepage shows Cauldron Chronicles in development. Anomalies and artifacts seems tied to streaming Stalker 2. Dude, it even saw the videos here. And it's like, oh, that's a different one. Different game. Not relevant. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It even knows me. Wild. Pretty wild. Demo available on our Discord. That's so true. It even links to our Discord server. I like it. I like this a lot. Grok 3 is impressing me so far. We'll need one for wall. Bet I would agree that adding aliens. I'd have to teach it what Cauldron Chronicles is first. I'm gonna duplicate this brush, move it out here. We'll do a radial gradient. Back to work lurking mode. Hey, good luck on your work. Get her done. And we're gonna set it up like that so that some of the snow comes through, but not all of it. Okay, base color, metallic, roughness is the ambient occlusion, and this is the normal map, of course. Base color, metallic, roughness, normal, AO. Static boolean, connect up. Is there a normal map? There should also be a weird map. It's not allowed anymore with Trump as president. Wrong. They're all weird. All the politicians are weird. Bad juju. Okay, what do these use? Column. Pedestal. Alright, we'll do the same thing for these two. We'll have to check the entire dungeon to make sure that there's no weird weather effect leaks in here. Well, there shouldn't be, because we're making separate... No, it should be fine. It should be fine. I feel like you've done a pretty good job. Grok had a hard time finding. Grok can find info on me, I'll tell you that. I shouldn't advertise that, but... When you're in game dev, you know, it's like you want people to know your name. You want people to be able to find you. I have a public LinkedIn. It's not too difficult to get info about me. You don't? I mean, fair enough. I completely understand people wanting to maintain their anonymity. Just scraping? Yeah, that's fair. Specular and AO. Base color, metallic, specular. That's weird. Why was specular not hooked up? Oh, it was the roughness, not the specular. All right, column weather. And we'll do the same thing for the pedestals too. Duplicate. And pedestal weather. Drag. Surface. Make. Pull. Break. Base color. Okay, the pedestal has the alpha hooked up to the opacity mask, but it doesn't use that, so whatever. AO metallic roughness. Okay, pedestal weather. Pedestal weather. Entrance looks okay. Sides of this are not receiving snow. They're a little bit too steep. Probably smooth that out just a little bit. Or we just paint rock there. Okay, that was good. And here. Might look kind of silly without the snow, though. It will double check. Is that yellow? No, there's no yellow snow. Yet. Okay, that'll work. Save that. I will do a quick run through of the dungeon here with this on. It should occlude particles normally. A good thing. There should be no snow present. On anything. I do wonder though if this room... We'll have to run through it during runtime because it's possible that the traces that the weather system does to determine if... Well, we'll see. Might be okay. We'll do a run through. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, the birds disappear. What are those trees made of? Hopes and dreams. I do want to make sure too that things should generally perform a lot better down there in the dungeon. Should be. I don't know why I can't hear the sound in here. Solizano. How to see you streaming again? Yeah, we had, I don't know if you checked yesterday, but we had to cut it short yesterday because I had something to do in the city. Why don't I hear the sounds in here? I think I know what it is. I think that it's the weather interfering with that. Maybe we can fix that. It's not what I wanted to check, but I will fix that. Okay, no snow, no snow particles. It's very eerie down here. Hmm. Something is getting rendered down here that I don't feel should be. Could be number of lights, but I don't think that would be it. Something is just... Especially looking like this direction. Could just be lumen recalculating. A bit of lumen reflections on the poison pool. Kind of expected. That's boosting it up a bit. Might be shadows too. I could tell the material down here not to cast shadows that might be trying to do something like that. Could be a reason. 6 a.m. Only really get to tune in your streams when my schedule's messed up. I'm sorry to hear that. Could also just be reflections in here. Alright, well the reason that the music isn't playing is due to the ambient time of day probably overriding the volume for ambience. It might also be in the sound cue for ambient volume. That was weird. Day-night ambience cue. Crossfade by parameter. It should be setting it to player in dungeon unless it is overriding it's likely overriding the ambience based on the weather. But I want to not do that if the player is in the dungeon. I don't really like how that's being handled in the first place. Yeah, it's if the player is inside cave. What we need to do is check if the player is inside. Well, no, because we should be setting the player is inside a cave. Oh, but it's taking the minimum. And the minimum for the weather ambience volume map is that if it's snowing, we have no ambient sounds. Well, I could do a check. It's like, let me think. Let me think here. The minimum. I mean, I could set up like an override for that so that just don't fuck with the ambient volume if the player is. What else does this control? Update fluid flux audio. Update the status. Oh, probably because we do update play. Yeah, I think I know where we can fix this. Alchemy, blueprints, dungeon check volume. We probably run that updater. If we skip that, let me pause. It's gonna lower the ambient volume because it's snowing and we shouldn't play any ambience during that. But I think it should tune it back up. No. Why? Hey, Agent 258. Hey, hi. It'll just set it to 0. That was loud, sorry. Turn me down. Sorry about that. I set it at normal volume. Oh, I kept raising the because there was no sound. Sorry about that. Yeah, because I had purposefully muted the sound so that I could listen to see if ambient sound was playing. Oopsies. You only watch the stream with the audio based, actually based. That's why you have that icon. That is true. How do we communicate then? You just read my lips? Pretty wild. When do I run this? I don't run this on... How do I set that the player is inside a cave here? Oh, we probably do it through the effects. You determine desired ambient volume. Yeah, I actually just run the check here. Okay, this is kind of stupid, but yeah, we'll just do it this way. Do what I say, not what I do. Okay, duplicate volume inside dungeon. A person who watches our stream, they relay that to another person in Discord, and then that person relays it to me via Skype. Oh yeah, classic, using Skype. Always the smartest move in 2025. Volume inside dungeon. Wouldn't there just be one? Use Curse Forge. That did die pretty fast, didn't it? Yahoo Messenger, AOL. The free discs you could get at like Target and shit back in the day for AOL Instant Messenger, 60-minute trial. If you know, you know. We got those in the mail every week. And you could just stack them. MSN, I think MSN Messenger was cool though because wasn't it one of the first ones with emotes? With MSN? Something like that. MSN was good with something, and people switched over to that from AOL. Chatmail was the first. Still miss I kind of miss MSN too. Those blocky blue designs with rounded edges. It was pretty nice. Add this to the growing list of bottles. A little bit loud. You've got mail. Look at this. Look at this. This was the perfect place for old men to groom underage people. Not that that should have been happening. Remember Clippy? I do remember Clippy. I do. Barber's on there. Does this work? Grooming people. Look, grapes are dangerous. They're one letter away from being something quite bad. They should know their place. Not the smoothest transition when it's snowing. This is kind of a band-aid fix. I'm gonna leave it. Music can win Skyrim vibes 200%. When it's not like snowing out, there is actually quite a lot of wind sound. I probably should turn it down a bit. Listen to this. Too much wind. I mean, I did boost up the ambient volume quite heavily, so. Beach on sand vibes? Well, don't worry. We got you covered. Let's go over to our beach. Here's your tropical paradise. A nice little quality of life thing that I did too with it was, if it's stormy like this, you'll actually be able to hear the storm sounds a little bit nearer to the surface of the water. But as you go deeper, it all disappears. Even have water droplets on the water too. Pretty spooky at nighttime. Go away! Scary floating pig. I really like when it strikes lightning like behind the mountains. It looks ominous. Yeah, we can all hear ultra dynamic, right? Hard to go wrong with the UDS. Can I put coins in that pig? I don't think so. Ooh, secret treasure chest. Uh-oh. Catch the ingredients. Wedding ring came. Does it fit? That's the important thing. Does it actually fit? Because we don't have time to get another one. Does it fit enough? It does fit. Okay, that's a good thing. Ooh. Big worry off our shoulders. Swimming in a hilltop pond during a lightning storm, Darwin Award coming. Pretty funny. I wouldn't mind replacing the lightning cracks in UDS with something a little bit more bespoke or unique. Probably the better word for it. We'll do that though in production. There's no UFOs. I'm sad to report. UAPs? Unidentified alien penises? What does that stand for? Oh, it doesn't react to concussive blast. I don't have the right potion to get in there. Stupid me. I do have the right potion to break open these boxes, though. No, they need to be fixed. Okay. That is a good bug to note. More peaceful. Much better. Now we can see the auroras and the planet. That looks nice. It's acceptable. It's good enough for a publisher, I think. We just need more sounds for things. You want to know the funny thing is that the sounds for the waves are actually, it's a audio cue component moving along a spline that changes its location as you walk around the lake. It gets the shortest distance to you along the spline, and then it sets the audio component for that. It works. It's weird. It does work. It sounds better too than the hookup that Fluid Flux had automatically. I was not a fan of how they did that. You like the sound design? I appreciate that. I'm not a sound designer. There are some pretty stupid parts of it, but I hope it is decent. I don't like this. It does not sound very fast. Dirty water. Wonderful. Great potion. 10 out of 10. There is some artifacting that occurs with this river up here though that I don't like. But I'm not going to change it. I don't want to touch Fluid Flux again. Trauma. PTSD with Fluid Flux. Those are the magical stones. Fluid Flux, dude, so true. It does kind of sound like Nernroot, dude. You're so... That's actually so true. I didn't think about that. It does sound like Nernroot. Dram of Calm. Mixture of Deafness. Me when I listen to good music at high volume. Oops. No fall damage yet. I don't think fall damage is going to be too negative though. It's not gonna be like, oh, you jump from here to here, take half your health as damage. No, it'll be more like if you jump up from here from these rocks or something, you'll take maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 HP of damage. Nothing big. It's a little bit too spooky. Yeah, it is pretty spooky, isn't it? There needs to be more like other sounds down here too. I wish we could do footstep sounds. I can't do footstep sounds. I don't want to talk about it. Prototype will not have footstep sounds. I really don't want to get into that. You can do it, even with the problem that we had with the landscape master material. So the issue, okay, down here we can, by the way, I can do it down here. The problem is with up here that when I was trying to grab the material that's being painted with to use different sounds on like the pathway and the grass, anything that was painted with the auto landscape material will not have sounds. It cannot. There's literally no way, unless you can do it with C++, to grab here. But I was able to get it working when you painted the right materials on there. Oh, basic footsteps? Well, we can do basic footsteps. And I was able to get footstep sounds to work differently for the materials painted on the landscape. The issue is that anything that was painted with auto landscape, which is most of the level, would have to be completely repainted with zero auto landscape usage, which is doable. I don't know if it's worth it. Or we'd have to make a completely new level without the auto landscape. It's hell, is what it really comes down to. Landscape Pro? I don't know. Maybe there's something that can do it. I'd have to see how it's set up in Landscape Pro. That's the thing though, Agent. I can set up a physical material to existing data layers. It refuses to work with auto landscape. Everything else works. If I manually paint in dirt, if I manually paint in stones or grass, 100% works. But the data layer for the auto landscape didn't work. None of it did. So I just decided that's what I did. I did a line trace. But auto landscape won't do it. This is auto landscape here. I can repaint this with grass and it'll work. This is manually painted cobblestone. This works. Whatever it was, the way that I was doing it, I could grab the correct painted material if I manually painted it. If I did not manually paint it, or if I manually painted auto landscape material, where you would have, you know, like the, you know, like this, for instance, would be auto landscape. And this too, because it's just flat. I didn't see any need to paint grass on this. It will not play properly there. So I would literally have to go through the entire level and manually paint it all, which would be horrible. I don't remember what day of development we did that and discovered that, but it was kind of a fortunate thing. Auto landscape sucks. You have duplicates. It wouldn't play anything. The thing is, I could not force it under any circumstance. Like I tied, you know, I made sure that we were using a unique layer. I tied a physical material to it. I got the physical material. The problem is that it will not grab the physical material in auto landscape. Because the auto landscape layer is one layer. It does not paint grass or dirt or stone. It's painting the auto landscape material. So if I make a big... If I do this, everything here is one layer. It is not 3 layers. It's just one layer. Yes. Exactly. So that's why most of the map is painted with auto landscape, including the grass. It wasn't 3 materials for us. I promise you. When we did it wasn't working. I don't remember the day. It would be one of the days. We tried everything. All the recommendations. There was no way to do it, unfortunately. Buy them in there? What, in the master material? I think it's just blending it based on the height. I mean, maybe you set up your master material differently. The master material for this pack will not work. And I do not want to fuck around with the master material for this pack. I don't know where it is. Somewhere in here. It's pretty wild. It's crazy. It's big. I don't think it's this one. That's what I mean. Now it's somewhere else. I don't remember where. Wasn't in here, was it? No, it was somewhere else. I always forget where it is. I'm just saying, whatever you're using something else that is built probably better, but whatever this was built with would not do it under any circumstances. We had all the debug, we tried everything, and the only thing that worked was manually repainting it with the right thing, because this is not a different material. There's only one physical material that can be applied to auto landscape, not 3. Only one. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it. That's why I don't like using packs, but I have to use packs. No, I know that you can do it. But not with this master material. I would literally, even if I fixed it, I would still have to go back and repaint the entire map. So it wouldn't change the hardest part of it, which would be repainting my entire map to get rid of all auto landscape. And I don't really want to do that. I could just mimic footsteps by, you know, doing it based on like animation, movement. Any one of those would work. Why does the lighting look weird here? Oh, it's because of that cube. Those get deleted anyway. Like, we actually did have it working. I think I painted some regular non-auto landscape grass here, and we had all the sounds working. Except that I would have to repaint the landscape. Oh, it was horrible. You would add physical mats. How would you do this then? Run me through this. Let me open up what we assume to be the master material, because I think it's one. I don't know. It's one of these. Where do you put the physical materials here? Details? But these are not individual materials. There's just one master material. And it doesn't sample different materials, it samples different textures. So I could put a physical material here, but this would only be for the auto landscape. Or it'd be for everything, actually. Probably override. I don't think there's a way to tie physical materials. Yeah, so we would still have the same issue. I would still have to paint the entire world. I could give a default, but then any place where it was not grass, I wouldn't have any sound, and I'd have to repaint all those parts too. Yeah, it's making it based off properties, but I wish sometimes that you could apply it. Well, it's just that this master material kind of sucks. It was never meant to be set up like this. I mean, the master material works. It's just it was never set up to have sounds, which is where making a proper master material for a landscape would be the ideal thing. But we don't really see a point in doing that right now, and I don't think a publisher is going to make their determination to support our project on the basis of footstep sounds. In my humble opinion. So yeah, it's just not worth the time for me right now. And then I could still plug in the footsteps, but then it would sound weird that it would only be in some places, because of course I could set it up here. I could apply stone as a physical material, no problem. It's actually already set up to do that. I just have to rehook the line trace. But then you wouldn't have it in other places. Yeah, direct tying a physical material to a texture would be so cool. It would be really cool if you could do that. And it would like properly blend between the textures if you were like walking on dirt and material, metal if you wanted or something. God, that would be such an awesome system. I even tried that actually. What I tried to do was I tried to find a way to grab the current material being hit by the line trace. I was like, okay, maybe I can solve it this way. I couldn't. I was like, I don't even care if it just chooses one to play when there's blending like this, but no, it just wouldn't do it. Maybe you could do it in C++, I don't know. Nothing worked. Alright, well, either way, this sucks. This landscape free I want to try might help you out. It was at one point. If you were claiming fab assets pretty reasonably. Speaking of new free assets right now, you might have it. Sci-fi jungle biome. Wait, did they change the? They changed the store? They did. They updated the store. Wait, we have wishlist now? Wait, is it copied over from, where is it? Where's wishlist? Is it? They didn't copy over my fucking wishlist. Those bastards. I'm gonna contact their support, see if I can get my old wishlist back. Good, about time. Yeah, always grab the pro packs. That's what I do too. Better safe than sorry, right? Hey, Forglum. That's a pretty good pack, actually. Makes me think of Avowed. It's a good pack. I like it. What else we get? Stylized medieval elven warrior. Ooh, this could work for our game as an NPC prototype. I like it. Wooden props environment pack. Looks like rust. Still good though. Don't dox me. Okay, thank you. Thank God. We were just bitching earlier on this stream about how they didn't have a wish list, or I think it was yesterday. Finally usable. We had, if you check Agent, if you have the Dreamscape packs, this one was pretty old back in the day, the Dreamscape Tower. I think I'm using the master material from this or from another one that was free at some point. From the same creator, which was the Meadows. It might be from here. It was added 4 to 5 hours ago. Okay, yeah, we didn't see that earlier. Not that big of a fan of Fab. I will tell you what, this helps. Having a wish list, seeing reviews, seeing the price here helps a lot. But they need better, I don't know if they have better searching functions. 2D assets. They have tags, formats, and technical features. Okay, look. It is getting better. They have a wishlist, Kotspur. They just added wishlist. And they added searching by technical features. And ratings. We might be back in business. Product sales have dropped to 80% since Fab? Do you think that the new features, Aureliath, are going to help you at all? Searching stuff? Okay, do you guys think that though that these new searching features helps? That now I can say, okay, I want 2D assets, here are technical features. Maybe let's do like 3D models. They need to be rigged and animated. Can I filter by a rating? Better price. The tags is nice, but there aren't any tags I don't see yet. They need more technical feature sorting too. I think this is a start. This is a start. They just need more technical features. They need more tags. The style is nice. So I can look for stylized. And then I can look in characters. Okay, it's helping. It's getting better. This is a good start. This, though, is really fucking stupid. I'm sorry, but creators like this should just be banned. This is the exact same. It's $100, by the way. You could just modify the materials yourself to get different colors. You could export the textures. Stupid. Choose mainly users' trust in the store as a whole. Seeing real and useful improvements will gradually improve it. Well, speaking of trust. "3D Disco, you know what you're doing." Email, what the fuck is this? Buy them all. Yeah, the AI and pirateware stuff was, and still looks, this is stupid. I'm sorry, but this should not be allowed. You have to curate a platform, otherwise you end up with this. It will just end up being one of yet another set of stupid search places. This is just stupid. And it's so expensive too. They probably just stole some of this stuff. Buy a mesh for $100 and extra material for the same price. Yep. Come on. Oh, I can buy a pack of all of them too. Wow. Tempting. How much is the pack? $240. And that's just for the personal version. Those stupid dragons. Oh, it's only $300 for the professional. And look, I will be honest, if you do have good blend animations and blend shapes, fair enough charging a decent amount for one. But my god, do not sell just recolors for the same amount of money. Private is commercial? It's for smaller teams? Yeah, they're both commercial. It's just that once you make a certain amount, you have to buy the professional version. Creation will have to be improved, I agree. Along with the purge, along with other features like better engine integration and store improvements, I agree too. I agree. Curation is a must, and they have the money to do it. They really have no excuse at this point. But I will say that the improvements they've made today are a start. Well, I wasn't looking for anything. I was just looking at the new free content, and I noticed that they had updated the website, and I was just trying to see what new features they added. So good wish list, good better search features. I like the integration of the product types over here. This is nice. It's a start. It is a start. Alright, that was it. That was it for me today. I got sidetracked. Oh, hey, we got some good stuff done in the dungeon. We implemented the Aetherlight puzzle here in the ruined little village. I think we need more loot in here, of course. So this will need to be shored up. And the dungeon is turning out better. We finished up this room from a lighting standpoint. This room from a lighting standpoint is good too, so these are all ready for props. We have no weather coming in, all the lighting looks fine, so it's now just time for props, placing in some enemies, lootables, and the dungeon itself will be pretty much done. You can full screen the pictures on Fab by pressing F. Very good tip. Yeah, I'm gonna get going. I gotta go eat. I'm pretty hungry. But we will be on tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. We will continue working on the dungeon. We have to prop it all up and get gameplay. One thing, Cutsburn, if you're still here, show me what you did with the breakables, because we have these breakable crates that probably need to be fixed up for, yeah. They were using the old gameplay of effect added, and we probably need to do the new check. So I will, you know what, I can probably just look at what you did for the other things. Yeah. We'll get that fixed. No worries. Alright guys, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the love today. Thank you for helping us get past 680 followers. We are almost at 700. The devil costume is arriving, hopefully soon. So I will be dressed up as a sexy devil for at least one stream, and that'll be pretty fun. And we will continue KCD2, I think, this Friday and Saturday. I needed a little bit of a break yet last Saturday, but I think this coming Saturday I can play some KCD2 as well. We need to finish that. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming out today. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, and I will catch you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. Take care, guys. Always a sexy devil to me. Thank you, Twitch Dog. Bye-bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Cheers. Peace.